Yo, what's good? What's good, Knicks fans? What's good, fans of Lawrence Tears? What's happening? Got a lot to talk about. A lot to talk about. Some things y'all are gonna be excited to talk about, and some things we may have to talk y'all off the ledge. Reviewed a lot of stuff last night. Reviewed a lot of stuff. Want to talk to y'all about some stuff on the court. Mostly some stuff off the court, and mostly whatever it is that y'all want to talk about. I'm getting a lot of notifications for. Thank you, Microsoft, for notificate for. I don't know if notification me to death is a word, but it certainly feels like it. Salute, yo, Lily Phillips, what's good? Zach's coaches, that's what's good. SJ the third, what's good? Pseudonym Screepay, what's good? What's happening? Salute to y'all. Want to talk about some stuff. I kind of want to do a open forum tonight. There are a lot of things I want to talk about. Also, a lot of things I want to talk about. I want to open Pandora's box, and in a situation where it's early enough to open Pandora's box, and talk about things and have those things be relevant. Right? I want to do that. Let me see. Let me work on. So my thing is freezing today. Come on, StreamYard. Don't act like that. But before we get started, check this out.
I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Yo, that intro gets me hype every time. That intro gets me in a certain mode every time. Every time I play the intro, man, it gets me in a certain mode. Right. Hey, shout out to Divine Sons for allowing me to use their joint. That joint is fire. So before we get too deep into what ails the Knicks and what we may or may not need to do as an organization, before we get too deep into that, I want to ask y'all a question. I want to do an open mic first, allow y'all to add y'all questions, right? Hey, what's good, boss?
Just woke up from a little nap. Was up all day with the boy. Little Father Sunday action.
Yeah, man.
And I'll tell you, I don't know about any other Ravens fan, but I don't like being in my own house right now. My girl's a Ravens fan.
Right.
And I hate to bring up football, but I mean, I know it's a Knicks channel, but I wake up and she's throwing a fit, right? She's all mad. And I said, hey, now you know what it's like to be a Cowboys fan. No matter what, you're losing the divisional round.
Right. Regardless what happened.
And you see, I'm downstairs in the doghouse.
Oh, of course. Of course. The doghouse is where some of us exist. That's where we live. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because we we don't always say the right thing
Nope.
at the right time. So yeah. But so I had a lot of things that I wanted to talk about, and just to I wanted to open it up to everybody and allow everybody else to ask what's on their mind, and then that way we can kind of make sure that we don't forget. What's up, Kev W?
What's going on?
Ladies and gentlemen, the co-host of the Knicks at Night podcast and the winner and champion of the fatal four-way debate matchup, Kev W. What's good?
Listen. I'm feeling a lot like Joe Biden. Okay, I'm tired. I'm tired.
Are you a rich white guy? That's what you're saying?
I wish I was a rich white guy. No, not like I'm tired of people questioning my victory. Okay, I won. The people spoke, and I won.
Hey, I gave you your respect, bro.
I was listening this morning about ghetto intellect questioning my victory. Okay,
maybe he wants some.
He don't want none of this. He does not.
That's what it is. When you win, people always, man. Do you see how they question? Do you see how they come after Chuck B?
That's because Chuck B on some other stuff.
That's because Chuck B is a winner. Chuck B wins, and then people come after him. But
Chuck B
you did win by split decision now, so don't get it twisted. Don't act like it was a romp. Don't act like it was a runaway.
Listen. I'm not saying that, and as I said last night, I respect all of my competition. Everybody had valid points last night.
Yeah, Zach had you on the ropes.
No, that was one of the better ones that I've seen as far as my short time on this channel.
Yeah, man.
Just competitive from everybody. Ronald Miller, shout out to you, man. You did good too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So Kev, so what I want to do is open it up some for Knicks fans to ask, the questions that they'd like for us to answer, because I have a lot of stuff that I really want to talk about. I probably have about 3 shows worth of questions that I want to ask. But in fairness to everybody else, man, I want to make sure we give everybody the opportunity to get their stuff addressed, and at the same time, see if there's something new out there that we can talk about, right? Because I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you. So here's the thing. Here's one of the things. Here's one of the things that I wanted to bring up to y'all. And this is for the chat. And I know the basketball coaches out there are going to go crazy, right? But I'm asking, what does it hurt this Knicks roster or this Knicks team if we start quickly in Obi? We move Randall to the 5 right now and start Obi at the 4, start quickly at point, right? Knox at the 3, and just go with it. Just go with it. What does it hurt you? Whose development does that hurt when you go with a lineup of quickly RJ, Knox, Obi, Randall?
Are you going to have enough rim protection?
Some would argue it would hurt Mitch.
Well, how? I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna share this with you, just so that I can kind of stoke the fire. Yo, T. Williams, what's good? Some would say we don't have rim protection anyway. Did you see last night? It's
just going to get worse with Julius Randle being the starting 5.
Right. But I think the pace of the game will be faster. Allow your guys to get easier shots, and I think you can defend better in the half court with guys that may be more athletic across the board versus setting a DB because if you go with those guys, you can zone up just like teams zone us up.
So you're saying quickly Barrett, Knox, OB, and Randall, right?
Yep.
That'd be a lot better for Randall because you'd have more shooters around him,
right?
And better for RJ too because Randall's shooting the ball at a better clip this year too. So you're gonna have to come out on him at least. You can't just leave him completely alone.
What
at the 3-point line?
What center in the NBA can guard Julius Randle?
No, I'm not saying Rudy Gobert maybe.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Joel Embiid.
But what happens when Julius Randle pulls them out to the perimeter?
No, I'm just saying RJ would be able to get in. Everyone on the offense would be able. They'd free it up for Knox. They'd free it up for Quickly. Little floaters in the lane. They'd free it up. It's just I think you're losing. I mean, I'm not saying Mitch is a great defender. I'm not saying Nerlens is, but you're losing a lot of rim protection, man. A lot of rim protection.
I think so. And to me, and I know this is going to sound ridiculous, and I'm not out here trying to sound ridiculous or trying to troll Knicks fans. What I'm asking is, do we finally start the search for answers, or do we continue sticking to the plan? Do we search for answers?
Looking for answers?
Or do you stick to the current plan? That's what I'm asking Knicks fans. And so here's my other question, another question. So that is a question, Knicks fans. That's not a strategy. That's a question, right? So here's another question. This is the one I asked you guys about last night, and I want to touch on it today. What does a Tom Thibodeau point guard really look like? That was a question we asked right before we ended last night. I wanted everybody to think about it some before we just blurted out Elfrid Payton. And unfortunately, before we left, somebody blurted out Elfrid Payton. You know what I'm saying? What does if Tom Thibodeau can make his point guard from the ground up, from the floor up, what would that point guard look like?
Go ahead, Kev. Take it.
Oh man.
That's a tough question, right? Because you've seen Tom Thibodeau offensively and defensively play with dozens of point guards. And Tom Thibodeau's system, his system doesn't have a point guard identity. Derrick Rose was MVP in that role, but he only had Derrick Rose once, a Derrick Rose type. You never saw another guy. You can't identify a Tom Thibodeau point guard. I
think I know what he would like, but I want to.
I'll put it like this: when he was GM or president of basketball operations in Minnesota, and he can get it's not Goose man.
Sorry, Kev. Go ahead, Kev.
No. When he was president of basketball operations in Minnesota, and he could get his own point guard, I think he went out and got Jeff Teague and Derrick Rose.
Yep.
Jeff Teague and
Derrick
Rose
was the best they could do at the time.
Different types of players. You can tell that Jeff Teague is more of a floor general, and Derrick Rose at that stage of his career. Here's the thing: Derrick Rose can still play at a high level. Like Derrick Rose could borderline all-star potential.
Yeah.
If he was a starter, if he's still got starters minutes,
I mean, is he? Yeah, is he?
He's off the bench. He's still solid.
Yeah, is he still the MVP Rose? No, but he can get you starting almost like that borderline all-star kind of numbers.
So what's the prototype? Is he looking for a 6'2" guy that's blazing fast, that's going to just penetrate the paint, which that's part of the character. As far as the height part goes, that might not be totally accurate, but we know he wants a guy that's going to be able to penetrate and get to the basket, right? Or
I don't know who I think would be a prototypical point guard for him right now.
Yeah,
I know he's not a true point guard, but Drew Holiday, tough, hard-nosed, great, like really good two-way player, really good at just about everything.
Right.
Can do whatever the team asks, and he's up for every challenge. Like a guy like that, you got to be mentally tough to play with Thibodeau, and you got to make all the right plays on both sides of the ball.
So Hey, so let me get Goose behind the head. Hey, Goose, did you hear the question? Did you hear the two questions?
Yeah,
So
I
let
think this was.
oh,
Yeah,
go ahead,
go
man.
ahead. Mm-hmm.
So what I was gonna say is so I posed two questions, right? And I have a bunch of them, and I'm not trolling tonight. I'm merely asking a question because I wanna say get some clarity on the direction of the team. I want to open Pandora's box so that we can see, and so everything will be out on the table. So as a Knicks fan, in fairness to myself, excuse me, as a Knicks fan, I'll know what direction this team is going because they're not going to come out and tell me. You know what I'm saying? They're just going to play things close to the vest and blah blah blah, all that front office speak, whatever, blah 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 blah. But my first question was, why not just start quickly RJ, Knox, Obi, Randall, and rock with it and see what you have. You're 5-8. The only thing that could be worse than 5-8 right now is being 5-9. You know what I'm saying? But we play the Celtics tomorrow, right? So the thing is, why not do that? And my other question is this: what does a Tom Thibodeau point guard really look like? And the reason why I asked this question is because I have another question that'll come down the road once we establish what a Tom Thibodeau point guard looks like. And I hate that Red Wings hat, by the way, because I'm a Devils fan. I'm a New Jersey Devils fan, so when I see it, I'm like,
Well, I'll tell you the truth. I wear a lot of hats of different teams, and I couldn't even tell you one player on the team. It's all about
scheme.
colorways. Yeah, it's all about the colorways.
Yeah.
So I have no allegiance. The only allegiance I have is to the Knicks. My heart is wrapped in the Knicks banner, in orange and blue. But getting back to your the questions, I'll answer the second question first. I think Tibbs, prototypical point guard. I agree with Zach with the Drew Holiday comparison. I completely agree with that. A willing passer, defender, able to penetrate, um, versatile, like a versatile point guard, and I see Drew Holiday in that scope. Um, if I had to look at it in his mindset, if I had to look at it from if I had to number it, let's say from 1 down to 5, I would say a point guard who was defensive minded, a willing passer, shared the ball, um, averaged anywhere from 3 to 4 assists a game, and is not going to lose the game for you. Meaning highly intelligent, high basketball IQ. He's not a not a. I don't think Thibs wants a point guard on the court long term throughout the game that's going to make mental mistakes. Um, that so a point guard that's going to keep his thought processes throughout from the opening tip. Um, Floor general. And again, that's probably easy to say. There's probably every single coach would want that.
Right.
But as far as Tips is concerned, a willing passer, defensive minded, and high basketball IQ. And I think, like Zach said, Drew Holiday fits that mold if we're
Okay.
looking at today's point guards.
Reason I say that is because like when he was with Derrick Rose, that's an anomaly. But I think his biggest thing with Tom Thibodeau is a mindset. Do you have like an old school type of mindset where you can take hard coaching, where you can focus on defense, you can buy in on both ends of the floor all 48 minutes? And in my opinion, Drew Holiday is one of the few that can do that in today's league. You have Rajon Rondo's another, and he had Rondo when he was an assistant. Guys like that, I feel like Thibodeau salivates at the mouth for. Also, smaller guards. He's known to like smaller guards, so maybe a Mike Conley type's another. A guy who's no nonsense. He doesn't have a big ego. Solid shooter, solid defender, solid everywhere. It's a crime he was never an all-star, at least once in his career. But that's another guy. that he could look at as a mold.
Yeah. I think also one other thing I'd say, I think in his mind he was hoping to have that in DSJ until he came in and found that the DSJ had to be taught how to be a point guard, and that kind of threw that whole plan. That threw that whole plan
Reach, Goose.
out the window.
Yeah.
But I was hoping that when a few of the things that DSJ was showing in his young career, his willingness to drive into the paint, sort of like almost like a poor man's Rose, so to speak. At least from what he was showing in Dallas, not so much here in New York. But remember when I think it was DSJ's first game when he came to New York, his first or second game when he
Yeah.
completely balled out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
against Philly,
And
he had
then,
like 30,
yeah,
right?
we were
The-
like,
the-
man, what did we just get?
Right.
But that never stuck, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of that has to do with the franchise and not the player. And so not to get sidetracked, not to sidetrack y'all with some DSJ talk, because I have some of that too.
Right.
And the DSJ talk from me is all positive talk, and it's negative talk about the Knicks franchise organization. So, so Kev, you were going to get into what you thought was a Tom Thibodeau point guard, or what one would look like the prototype. I'll be right back. I'm gonna just step off for a second, y'all. I'm not going to.
It's probably like I said. I would probably say I would probably add in like someone like Kyle Lowry.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Probably would fit that to a T.
Yeah.
The only thing with Kyle is that 1 year there's an outlier with Kawhi, but he was never like a playoff performer. He was never big when it mattered most. And you got, guys like Mike Conley was still a solid in the playoffs, and Drew Holiday's solid in the playoffs. Unless I'm mistaken, and they're huge chokers.
Well, Toronto as a whole, Toronto went to the Eastern Conference a couple times even before Kawhi. The thing about Toronto, they just couldn't beat LeBron.
But if you remember, they were saying, like even before they started getting to the Eastern Conference Finals, they're saying how bad DeMar DeRozan and Kyle Lowry looked when it come playoff time, and the numbers, and they couldn't buy a bucket at times when it mattered most. They didn't play well when it mattered most. I mean, they might have had to learn how to do that. They might have had to learn the mindset, and repeated trips might have done better. But that's a great one. Kyle Lowry's a good one.
Yeah, I think the knock on those Toronto teams were, like I said, they just couldn't get over any team like LeBron was on. And they were always there, and they were always beating other teams. It's just when they came up against LeBron, they didn't have an answer. I mean, granted, a lot of people could say that. And a lot of people couldn't. I mean, Eastern Conference was a weird place for a while. I'm trying to think. It's interesting. Would Tom Thibodeau want Derrick? Like, if Leon Rose came and said, "Hey, I can get Derrick Rose from one," would Derrick Rose even want to come back to New York?
I think he would.
It's a different regime. So it's not like this is Phil Jackson running things, trying to do it the triangle-ish kind of way.
Right.
So would Derrick Rose be open to coming back? Because Thibodeau did get him in Minnesota.
And he helped out a lot with the culture.
So is that somebody who like Tibs was like, hey, get me Derrick Rose again?
Yeah, but do we want to see? We don't have a good point guard right now. I mean, Quickly could become that, but we don't have a solid prototypical, like let's say Tibs point guard. Would we be all right trading for and playing Derrick Rose big minutes? Because Tibs might, because we, instead of having Elfrid Payton out there, if we had Derrick Rose again, he'd play in big minutes.
Derrick Rose right now is way better than.
I'm just saying, I'm worried about his knees. I'll always be worried about Derrick Rose's health, even if he stayed healthy for a while.
Well,
especially playing big minutes under Tibs.
If Quickly comes on, you can play Derrick Rose, I think, 30 minutes a game. I wouldn't push it more than that, but up to 30 minutes, probably.
I'm thinking he might push it more than that, though.
If Quickly won the starting point guard position, I'd rather have a Derrick Rose as his mentor than an Elfrid Payton. And
Derrick Rose has shown he's willing to do that. I mean,
well, he's later on in his career, and I'm not saying that he's going to be a bench player. What I'm saying is that he may not start, but his minutes will basically be somewhat equal to what Quickly is putting up. You know what I mean? Maybe Quickly play 5 minutes more than Rose, but you know he's not going to.
So the question is quickly a prototype Tom Thibodeau point guard.
No.
He's not. No.
So so my question was what does a prototypical Tom Thibodeau point guard look like?
I do think he likes bigger guards.
Right, because we've seen a spectrum. We've seen him go from guys that are 5'10" and John Lucas III.
Nate Robinson.
Nate Robinson was 5'9". You know what I'm saying? Derrick Rose was listed at 6'3" one time. I think he might be 6'2". I don't know. I'm not for sure. But here's my other question, because and I know this is going to seem fast paced, right? Because I legit asked y'all. So Keith, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey y'all, how's everything? Good?
Good, man. Good. I saw your video. I saw your video earlier. That was fire.
Which one? The edited one or my live?
The edited one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I saw that. I didn't see the live one, man. It's Saturday. You know how it is on the weekend.
Yeah, I saw the live. The live one was fire too.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. I gave you guys a shout out.
Yeah, man. Hey, appreciate it, man. Appreciate Definitely. It. So I got a question for the panel. I asked these guys already, and I just want to ask you again, and just in case you didn't hear it, but also to refresh it with the virtual chat. So why wouldn't what would stop the Knicks from starting quickly? RJ, Knox, Obi, and Randall. That'd be a starting five. And so what happened is the questions were, well, what about rim protection? And I think somebody said, well, what about rebounding?
Rebounding, yeah. Yeah. They tried Obi and Randall at the 4 and the 5 in the preseason, and I forgot who it is on the Pistons, but there was one play where he just had 3 offensive rebounds in the paint, and all you see is Obi and Randall out at the perimeter just looking at each other foolish, and then you see everybody else trying to rebound. So that's what you're gonna have to worry about: your interior defense and rebounding. Even though Julius Randle gets his fair share of rebounds, if you're gonna put him up against a center, then his rebounding skill, which is going to be a little bit more compromised, having to deal with a bigger body.
What about the center that guards him? Won't that person be compromised also when it comes to rebounding, since they would be outside of the paint? Now you're asking a 7-foot guy, a 6'10", 6'11" guy to rebound in space as opposed to rebounding in the area.
It is something that you could look at, but in the short sample size or the small sample size that we saw in the preseason, it really didn't look great. So yeah, you are going to create a mismatch offensively, but is that mismatch offensively going to negate any of your losses on the defensive end? And that's going to be matchup by matchup, so it'll depend.
Right. Every lineup in the NBA is going to be matchup dependent, because some teams have skilled players in areas others don't. That's the reason why. That's the reason why I even entertain the thought. Now, here's the other reason why I entertain the thought. Teams against us zone a lot. The Knicks against other teams zone little. We only zone up on out of bounds plays, like when a team is trying to run some like we'll zone up against Brad Stevens tomorrow because he likes to run a lot of intricate stuff on sideline out of bounds, right? So instead of trying to chase men through traffic and all that stuff, what we'll probably do is just zone up and force them to make a bad pass somewhere. And if they execute good, but that'll be the spot where we look to force turnovers. You know what I'm saying? And live ball turnovers, not dead ball turnovers, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And so the other question is this, and I know this seems like rapid fire. What does a Tom Thibodeau point guard really look like?
I mean, but we've seen Tom Thibodeau employ different point guards. I think it's what does Tom Thibodeau ask of his point guards? Right.
But my question is, if Tom Thibodeau had to build a point guard from the floor up, what would that guy look like? In a perfect world, what does Tom Thibodeau want at point guard?
He would have to be a willing defender. He would have to have size, I would assume, either somewhere between 6'2", 6'3". He'd have to be a willing passer, and he's somebody that's going to be able to knock down the outside shot and be able to penetrate and kick it when needed. So, like you guys, one of you guys mentioned Kyle Lowry. So Kyle Lowry would somewhat fit that mold, but I don't know if he fits it to a T, because sometimes Kyle Lowry can get lost sometimes in certain games.
What do you think about Drew Holiday?
Drew Holiday is another dog, another guard that Tibs would like. Yeah, Tibs definitely fits. Drew Holiday definitely fits that mold as well.
So Thibodeau won't be able to acquire a Drew Holiday's, right? Because he just got traded to the Bucks. The Bucks just invested a lot in him. So what would be a comp to Drew Holiday? Somebody. So Kev, what would be a comp to Drew Holiday? Is there somebody out there like a Drew Holiday light right now, or a young Drew Holiday out there that the Knicks can find on an NBA roster?
Give me a minute. Let me think about this for a second.
Okay.
He got a brother in Indiana. I don't know how good he is, but another one, Mike Conley. We were rumored about trading for him. Like I said, he was the head of that grit and grind beast.
I'm sorry, Zach, but so to that the Mike Conley thing. So we have it through good sourcing back channel that Mike Conley is the one that deep sixed any Conley to New York talk. He said if he was traded to New York, he wouldn't report and he might retire. That was back during the summertime. And so I was like, damn, people hate the Knicks that much that my man would retire before coming to play for New York. But we got it on good authority. Like we know some people that know Conley, and he wasn't quiet about it around his family and friends. He was like, yo, if y'all want me to be here full time, trade me to the Knicks. To his family, like, y'all want me to stay home? Hey, trade me to the Knicks. So, but yeah, so the reason why, and so I know this is rapid fire, right? But so here's the thing: if Tom Thibodeau has a prototype point guard in mind, then I'm afraid that the fade for Cade Brigade is going to be upset because he's the opposite of what Tom Thibodeau likes at point guard. Because he's big, but he's not fast. Defensively, he's not there, and I don't think he'll be close. He's young and unproven. So for those that say, on the one hand, they say, well, the Knicks are doing a soft tank probably for Cade. At the same time, they say the prototypical Tom Thibodeau point guard is the opposite of that prototype. I don't know how those two things can come together. Am I wrong about that?
My take on it is, which one of those attributes can be taught? Because he's probably not gonna get a point guard that's going to offer him everything he wants, but he might look for a point guard that has the attributes that he's looking for and has the basketball IQ where he can instill. Let's say, for instance, you had a point guard that was defensively lacking, for instance, but has everything else that Thibodeau would like in a point guard. I don't think Thibodeau would hesitate drafting that point guard as long as he felt he had the basketball IQ and the willingness to be a student of the defensive game that Thibodeau will try to instill in him and build that and bring that attribute in. Like, for instance, you can't teach athleticism. You can't teach hops. You can't teach certain aspects. So he's not going to draft a point guard if those are the things he's looking for. But he will draft a point guard that has three of those items that a point guard can be born with, and then teach him and mold him into the point guard he wants if it's something that he can instill into that point guard. Am I making sense?
Yeah, but the only thing is, what on defense? What is the biggest thing in the NBA on defense? Is it effort intensity? Is it effort on every play? You know, it's not as much technique as it is. It's some technique in defense, obviously. There's a lot of intricacies, but most of it is, do you want to defend? You know, do you want to stop? Do you want to do everything it takes to stop the guy, you know, across from you, stop your man? And
right, and again, that's certain
you
things
can't
you
teach
can't
that.
teach. Well,
Yeah,
right.
you can't teach
If
that.
you don't have
So
lateral, right, if you don't have lateral movement, it's going to be harder. If you don't have right. So, but again, what I'm trying to say is, it's going to be hard, especially since you don't choose what draft position you're picking at. It's going to be hard to try to just pigeonhole and try to get a point guard that's going to give you everything that you want. This is why bringing young players along slowly is important. You know, you're not going to find everything you want in a point guard if you're going to enter the lottery and the NBA decides what number you're choosing at.
Right.
You know, you're not going to get everything you want. You're not going to get everything you want in one player just coming right out the draft where you're going to just put him right into your rotation and think that he's going to be your savior. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say.
Give me a minute. I'm about to get, because I just got home like literally 5 minutes before the show started. So I'm about to turn my camera off, somebody eat something right quick, but I'm still here.
All right.
Okay.
So the reason why I asked that is because we have two different storylines going at once, and with that we have a passion for both. Like, we want the Knicks to figure out the point guard situation, and we also want Cade Cunningham. At least a lot of the people I talk to either say Jalen Suggs or Cade Cunningham, with the lottery pick that they think we're going to get. Oh, excuse me. I would say a Tom Thibodeau point guard in my eyes is Elfrid Payton with a shot. A guy with size, a guy that's fast, can get to the basket. And Elfrid Payton's not, and people confuse Elfrid Payton's speed with shiftiness. Like, he's not shifty, but he's fast in the straight line. You got to give him credit for being, because he's able to get to the rim just about whenever he wants. But when he gets there is the issue. Like, he can't finish at the rim. That's his problem. He can't, when it comes to shooting a basketball, Elfrid Payton just can't do it. Right? And I think the frustration is going to be this offseason, the Knicks are going to re-sign Elfrid Payton and then bring in another young point guard. Maybe Cade, if Cade is there. But Elfrid Payton, in my opinion, is, in Thibodeau's mind, a long-term answer at point guard.
There's no way.
No.
And listen, I'm with you. It frustrates me. I don't even want dude on the roster. Right?
He's not even going to be starting at the end of the season, let alone be re-signed.
Okay.
I think he might take him as a project, because we know, like, he might be in a team
as a project.
No, because we know he's been a role player on a bunch of teams everywhere he's gone. He's been a solid backup. So he might be saying, well, I don't have my point guard of the future right now, but let me see how much I can work with Elfrid Payton, see if I can have him be the backup of the future. You know, the backup. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of any reason why he keeps playing Elfrid Payton.
If Tibs is just waiting for Payton's jump shot to drop, man.
No, not that. No, not that, man. We're not saying that. We're saying, I'm saying in a situation where I think Thibodeau may feel like a cat of Elfrid Payton's prototype is Tom Thibodeau's prototype at point guard, except with a jumper. Of course, you know.
Oh, I got you.
You know what I'm saying?
I got you. Yes. Not Payton specifically, but somewhat Payton's game with a jump shot.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And so if we go by what Gould said about 10 minutes ago about that you're not going to get everything from your player, I think that's the reason why he likes Elfrid Payton, because Elfrid Payton does everything Tom Thibodeau wants him to do except knock down shots.
Yeah, so but that one thing he doesn't do is what shoots us out of games.
I know this, and I'm frustrated by it. And you know what? I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm beyond frustrated by it.
Also, he has games where his playmaking skills look like they just vanish.
Yeah.
Like he'll have games where he looks like a really solid playmaker or can set up the offense well. In other games, he just looked lost.
When teams flash the zone, like when Alfred Payton sees the front of everybody's jersey, he's stymied. Like as long as people are in the wash, I think he can find a way to the basket. But when he sees eyes on him from all five people, you may as well take him out of the game.
That sounds like a rookie facing zone football.
Yep, right,
like a rookie
QB. Right.
Okay, so with Freezy, with that said, let's look at the 2 point guards we do have. Let's look at Peyton on one end and Quickly on the other end. What is it that Quickly?
What's good, Mo?
What is it that Quickly has, or what is it that Peyton has? Let me rephrase that. What is it that Quickly doesn't have that is stopping him from completely just taking the starting point guard position? For instance, they both have floaters, right? To some degree.
That's easy. I can tell you right now.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Experience.
Exactly.
That's the only difference. That's
and you see that's not even helping him, right? Because Quickly's already finishing games. It's only a matter of time before he throws him in there and sees what he can do.
I think so.
I have a thought on Quickly, but I want to finish this up first. But I have a thought on Quickly, and I swear it's gonna blow y'all mind, and y'all gonna swear that Uncle Freezy has been on the sauce. I have not been on the sauce today. So I'm gonna throw this out here real quick, and then y'all are gonna laugh at me and troll me for an hour, but it's okay because I have somewhat thick skin. So I think Emmanuel Quickly is a Steph Curry prototype. I think Emmanuel Quickly is a Steph Curry prototype. Right? The only thing stopping Emmanuel Quickly from becoming not Steph Curry, but being somebody in that vein is Tom Thibodeau's willingness to skip some steps.
What about him not being able to knock down threes at the clip anywhere close to guys like that?
And then he just ducks out. Oh, I thought you were out.
Quickly is 0 for 3 from Steph Curry range so far. So he's got to knock at least one of those down before we can start putting him in the same, I see where
Freezy's going with that, though. He does take a lot of bad shots like Steph Curry. It's just they don't go in.
No. Well, before you talk about Curry's range, what we need to talk about is Steph Curry finishing at the basket. He's an excellent finisher at the basket first. And that's the reason why you have to respect his three. The only thing that's stopping Quickly from being further along is a more tight handle. If he had a tighter handle, then you can see him do more stuff. You know what I'm saying? So some of those shots that he settles for, I think it's because he doesn't have the ability to manipulate defenders yet, and all that stuff will come off experience. You know what I'm saying?
Steph didn't start off with the best handle either.
Yeah, Steph worked on his handle, and Steph wasn't necessarily healthy early on either. And so what I'm talking about, not Steph Curry today, not GOAT, first ballot Hall of Famer, top 5 point guard of all time, Steph Curry. What I'm talking about is rookie year Steph Curry and rookie year Emmanuel Quickly. When you look at those two players, you see like you see a weird, I don't know if y'all remember this or not, but y'all thought Quickly had some kind of weird overconfident thing going on. Y'all remember Steph Curry? Steph Curry stepped on the court and was playing like, this is my court. I was supposed to be here years ago. Y'all doubted me. And that was his mindset as a rookie.
Yeah, he's also the son of an NBA player, so he's used to that life.
And
he was built for that.
Right.
And his first couple of years in the league, he didn't take all of the Curry type shots he did now. He wasn't always pulling up from 30.
Right.
You know, he worked his way into that, and quickly is just taking a lot of terrible shots right now.
Right.
His shot selection needs to get a lot better.
Right.
But I can see where you're going with it. I just don't want to put that type of expectation on him.
No. I didn't call him Steph Curry.
Yep.
I called him the Steph Curry prototype. Now, think about what I'm saying.
Some people might misunderstand what you're saying. That's all.
Yeah. We don't want to do. Yeah, we don't want to do that. But what I'm saying is like when you see quickly, you could automatically assume quickly is going to be like a Monte Ellis type. Like people want to say that no, he's more Monte Ellis than Steph Curry. I'm here to tell you that while he'll probably ever be either, if you had to align, like if you had to send him down the road of becoming one, I think it'd be more Steph Curry. And the reason why is because the rules of the NBA are cut out more for guys like Emmanuel Quickly to develop going down that road. You know what I mean? Like,
well, plus Monta could attack the basket really well for a short guy, and Quickly's just floaters.
Yeah,
and Monta was a dog, man. We forget how good he was for that short stint in Golden State. He was the dog, man.
Right, and if you would do something to Monte Ellis, like if you would bump him or intentionally foul him or do something, he would go off for like 22 straight points. You know what I'm saying? Because he had this thing, like if you mess with him, as long as it's crazy. Like the kid at school that you ain't want to mess with. Like, he was mad cool, whatever. But you mess around and bump him or knock him down or something, he'll fight, trying to beat up everybody. You're like, where'd that come from? Like
that quiet kid that finally, lets
it loose. Yeah. So, but well, I'm not saying
one thing that'll hold Quickly back as well is the fact that Tibs doesn't use him, in the same way that you see Steph being used now. You very rarely see players run off screens and catch and shoot situations like that. So hopefully Tibs will get it together and start implementing a little bit more, creative fronts or creative plays on offense so that they can at least get Quickly open for some 3-point shots, similar to how we see Steph running around and even Clay running around off ball.
But maybe Keith. Oh, sorry, Kev.
No, if I could say something, what's interesting about that is, if you recall, during Tibbs' time out of the NBA, one of the teams that he was around the most was Golden State.
Was the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, right? I was going to say something along those lines, though. Look at a lot of the times Curry, like when he's or Clay, when they're against really good defenders, they need to be ran off screens to be successful.
Right.
Like Clay will get like 60 points on 5 dribbles. Maybe he's thinking of Quickly, like, okay, he already knows how to run around screens and run around, chase people, get people to chase him. Maybe he's trying to develop him as an on-ball guy that can have the ball in his hands, because we said his handle isn't that good yet. Right. Maybe he's trying to get him in-game action where, okay, you got to figure out how to create your own shot against guys like this in the league.
So let me go back to the original question then. Is Emmanuel Quickly a prototype Tom Thibodeau point guard?
I think he's going to end up being that. I think he's in the process right now of changing sort of the way a little bit that Tom Thibodeau looks at the game of basketball. He sees how successful Quickly can be, and I think Tibbs and him are going to grow slowly together, and try to do the right things, as far as bringing him along. But I think eventually, because he plays good defense, he's a willing passer. Let's say he's a willing defender at least. He might not play good defense all the time. He's a rookie, but he can shoot. He can get into collapse the defense, go to the paint. He's a leader. He's going to be a great leader, I think. Great locker room guy.
Right.
I think he's going to change. Like, I truly believe that he's players like that are what we need to change Thibodeau's ways a little bit. Get him out of his stubborn funk. Give him no choice.
Right.
I have a question for y'all. What was it about Wiggins' game that didn't make him a prototypical Tibbs point guard?
With Wiggins, it was his mentality.
Right. That's what I'm thinking also. His
Wiggins
toughness.
Is a 3.
Lack of toughness.
Yeah.
It wasn't really his physical attributes, it was his mental.
Yep.
Yeah.
That Tibbs didn't really vibe with.
And he's also not a point guard, so.
He was a small forward coming in the league.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You're right. Right. He had him at small forward in on that team.
And plus with Thibodeau, scoring is not everything. on the wing position. Like Tibs wants you to dig in defensively and defend other wings. You know what I'm saying? You know, being net zero is not a positive in real life and for Tibs. You know what I'm saying? Like if you score 25 and they score 25, that's not a bonus to your team in Thibodeau's eyes. Thibodeau wants you to be, you know, if you score 20, the other guy scores 14. That's a net positive. You know what I'm saying, for Thibodeau. He wants you to defend hard, you know, on each possession and wants you to value the ball. What'd you say about that, Mo?
Quick. I was just looking at Quickly's free throw percentage, and it's amazing. That's beautiful. 95.2%.
This team has been so bad at the free throw line for so long.
Yeah, like I've never seen this on the Knicks. So like, if he could just keep doing that, he's averaging. We're comparing a guy that's averaging 9 points a game right now to like Steph Curry. So that kind of shows like where.
But when he gets minutes.
No,
right though. When he gets minutes, he gets like 15, around 15-ish a game. And what did Steph Curry average his rookie year?
I agree with the comparison, and I see where.
But it's not a comp. I'm just saying. I was talking about the prototype Mo. I'm not comparing them to Steph Curry. If anything, I'm comparing him to first year rookie Steph Curry. Not the GOAT. The first year Steph Curry.
What do you think is his ceiling then? Like.
I think it's limitless because 50-40, he has the potential to be a 50-40-90 guy, right? His slash line. We can all agree with that. He has that potential. That the potential's there to shoot 50-40-90. 50% from the field. He has the potential. I'm not saying he's there.
Because of his floater. Because it's his floater. He can finish around the rim from 8 feet in with a floater.
But what 50-40-90 guy that can you think of more than maybe a handful that play good defense and are willing defenders?
Yeah.
50-40-90 guys that play solid defense all the time. I mean, Klay Thompson's one that's around that plays solid as a great defender, but who else?
Nobody.
Curry's a horrible defender.
Yeah, you don't get that because okay,
his potential's limitless for that reason.
So I'll say this. The 50-40-90 guy that I think about straight away, and he won the MVP twice with Steve Nash, right? And Steve Nash took these Emmanuel Quickly type skills. And I'm not saying that Emmanuel Quickly is Steve Nash. Y'all calm down, chat. I already know. I see y'all typing already. Calm down. Just listen before because I know it's easy to knee jerk in a situation. The Steve Nash type guy that's not going to be uber athletic, dunking on other teams' big man or anything like that, but understands the game. Like the cats like Steve Nash and Emmanuel Quickly go to the referee and say, hey, listen, okay, so I'm not allowed to do that. What am I allowed to do? You know what I'm saying? Steve Nash was the guy that sat on the bench and learned, you know what I'm saying, under two Hall of Fame. And I think Kevin Johnson was underrated. But Steve Nash learned under Hall of Fame caliber point guards like Jason Kidd, right? And so he learned like what is it can I do and what can't I do? Would it be better for me to keep my dribble alive when I go to the basket? Should I just dribble around this court, just find angles where I can fit passes to other great athletes? Because I'm not a great athlete. But if I could get the ball to a great athlete that has momentum, like if I could come around this Stoudemire screen and throw a pocket pass to Sean Marion cutting from the baseline, do I like Sean Marion? The fact that do I like my odds of Sean Marion dunking on somebody at the basket? Yes. Do I like Jim Jackson being able to be a spot up shooter? Yes. Do I like Amari Stoudemire catching the lob, throwing a lob to Amari, a contested lob to Amari versus somebody's big man? Yes. You know what I'm saying? Or is a defense going to be able to shut all this stuff down? No, it's not going to happen like that. You know what I'm saying? So while this is not a welcome home Steve Nash, this is And Emmanuel quickly. Let's see what the kid can do. Let's not put constraints on a young guy and hold him back. You know, so allow him to learn and experiment in a season you're not going to win anyway.
I don't like the conversation that goes around already as to like whether he's a point guard or a combo guard. Like it really doesn't matter. And I think it really takes away from like us like appreciating, you know, what he's doing right now. Like I haven't seen a guy at the point guard position do what he's doing right now for the Knicks. So let's just appreciate it and like let him develop into whatever he's gonna be. Like if he's, I mean, like what? Like I don't get it. What does it mean if he's not a combo, if he's not a point guard? Like what? Like it doesn't. Well, I think he is a point guard. It's just that he played with so many guards at Kentucky that they didn't know what to do. So like he had to play that role. So like if anything, like what we saw is that he's just versatile. But he sees himself as a point guard. I think we should all see him as a point guard.
Today's league, most people are combo guards. You don't get true point guards, and just walking through the door anymore. And all like, but it's a true like statement that we can't put a ceiling on him, because what guy with that potential? I'm not saying he's a 50, 40, 90 guy yet. But what guy with that potential plays defense?
Right.
Steve Nash wasn't a good defender.
No, Steve Nash was not a good defender.
Steph Curry's not a good defender.
No, Steph Curry was not a good defender.
These guys aren't good defenders. Guards that are more of that type, of that prototype of a shooter who can collapse the paint a little bit and do a lot of things on offense, but mostly perimeter centric, are mostly not good defenders.
Yeah. What about Derrick Rose? In my opinion, Derrick Rose was not a good defender, and Tom Thibodeau featured him at point.
I'm just saying we can't just say like I hear a lot of people say Quickly's just gonna be a Lou Williams or guys like that, but we can't put a cap. Like Lou Williams is great, don't get me wrong, but Lou Williams, another guy that doesn't play defense.
Yeah, and so in our rush to generalize and so I have breaking news, right? So breaking news, Knicks fans knee jerk a lot. So breaking news, Knicks fans knee jerk a lot. Like I said, when I mentioned Steph Curry and Emmanuel Quickly in the same paragraph, people were basically typing like Uncle Freezy has lost his mind. He compared him to Steph Curry. No, I'm not comparing him to the Hall of Famer Steph Curry. What I'm saying is everybody has to start off. Everybody has a certain skill set that they bring to the NBA. Right? Everybody has a certain skill set that they bring to the NBA. And depending on where you go, depending on what team picks you and who puts trust and confidence in you, you'll see some of those things, some of those skill sets develop to the top, become sharpened, and may even become great. Right? Say for instance, when Portland drafted this kid from Weber State with the 7th or 8th pick in the draft, people were like, who? But Portland knew who they were getting. They knew they were getting, a humble city kid, right? That in about 4 or 5 years could be one of the best players in the league, right? But people on the outside looking in were like, man, this dude from a small school, you're going to entrust him with the keys to your franchise? You know your franchise player is going to be a free agent in 2 years. And you drafted an unknown commodity? You know what I mean? But what they didn't know is that kid from Oakland was killing everybody, including NBA players, at all these Adidas camps. And Portland saw that, and they were like, I know we playing at half speed, but I would take this dude that's killing these dudes at half speed in these camps. Because you know at these Adidas camps, the NBA players and college players play together. They don't play with playoff intensity. They just run. You know what I'm saying? Just get some run. But Lillard was killing them. And they were like, yo, we got to take a chance on this kid. Yeah, we got to take a chance on this kid because not only is he killing them and killing everything at the combine, he's a leader. Like, he's going to talk to these NBA guys. He ain't afraid to tell his NBA guy where to be at on certain plays. You know what I'm saying? And so with that said, I'm telling New York Knicks fans, man, chill out on the Quickly stuff, man. Right, chill out, and I'm saying chill. I'm saying chill in a be patient. Don't ruin a good thing scenario. Like let my man go through his mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Let him let him run the offense, but run the offense in his way as he sees it. And when he makes a mistake, when the coach gets on him and sits him or whatever, don't say quickly is a bust. Just allow him to learn and do these things. Stop saying that he's combo this, shooting guard that, Lou Williams this, all those
people
things.
Forget just how bad the Golden State Warriors were the first few years of Steph Curry's career, and how people thought he was a bust because of his injuries, and just because that wasn't the style of play then. That wasn't what won games. And look what he ended up being. Nobody ever thought, and you cannot tell me anybody says it's a liar. Nobody thought Steph Curry was going to become exactly what he did.
Guys, I have a question. Remember when this has to go. This pertains to the labeling. When kids coming out of college, they're labeled as a combo guards or just point guards or just shooting guards. Remember when Spider Mitchell was coming out of college into the draft, and he, correct me if I'm wrong, but he didn't carry that combo guard label. He was more of a shooting guard. But a lot of people were saying that he's too undersized to be a shooting guard. Most shooting guards are 6'5" or 6'6", what have you. But he's like 6'1" or 6'2". And a lot of people attribute that labeling because he didn't come in as a combo guard, was never advertised as a combo guard, kind of dropped him in the draft until Utah saw his availability, what he could do, and drafted him. And look at him now. I mean, he just signed a huge contract. My question is, if he would have came into the draft with that combo guard label, even though he comes in with all the skills he came in with, same height he came in with, but that combo guard label, not trying to say he was just strictly a shooting guard, do you think he would have been drafted by the Knicks, or if not the Knicks, at least not at 14 or 15, whatever number he was drafted at? Do you think he would have been drafted higher? 25. Yeah, would he have been drafted higher if he would have carried with him into the draft that combo guard label?
I think he was carrying that combo guard label. People were saying he was.
I don't know if he was. I thought he was. I could be wrong, but I think he came in.
They said he was
shooting guard.
They said he moved
undersized.
To they said he was a combo guard because he was a point guard in high school, and Calipari asked him to play the shooting guard. And he said he would, but he was. It was well known.
So it was Patino. Patino asked him. Patino at Louisville.
So yeah, but my thing is.
I'm sorry. I thought you were thinking of. I thought you were going too quickly with that.
No. I'm talking about Spider Mitchell. Spider Mitchell came into the draft as a shooting guard, not as a combo guard. He came in as a shooting guard. So my question is, sometimes the labeling is false. I mean, in my view, the Knicks should have drafted him when they had the opportunity. To hell with what his size was. Just look at his skill set. Again, my question is, would he have been drafted higher if they would have marketed him more as a combo guard, regardless of how he was going to get used in the NBA? Would he have been drafted higher if they would have marketed him as a combo guard? The same as, let's say, Quickly was marketed as a combo guard coming into the draft.
I think it depends on where you go.
I thought you were going to Quickly. My fault.
Oh, go ahead, Zach.
No. I thought you were going to Quickly with that. But with Mitchell, if someone believed in him enough to draft him higher, like every team does their own scouting. They could have said, yeah, he's undersized, but we can have him a combo guard role. We see he can make plays. We see what he can do. We can make him a combo guard, or, we can just have him play both spots to see what happens. If they really believed in his potential, they would have drafted him higher.
Well, Utah is strictly using him as a shooting guard, right? At this point, because they had Rubio come in to be his point guard, and now they have
Conley.
Right, to be his. So Utah never tried that experiment. To use him as a point guard.
They believed in him. But I'm saying
Right.
most teams believed in him to be a combo guard. They would have drafted him higher.
Right. And there are other factors too. Like so it's not just a linear thing. Like Utah outsmarted everybody. The Utah Jazz had also drafted big guards before that. So they feel like, they have point guards, and Dante Exum was 6'6", and Alec Burks, that's 6'6". They had drafted them in other years. So they could afford to draft a guy, and I'll call him 6'3" just for whatever. And Donovan Mitchell, where once you get back on defense, you know what I'm saying? All you have to do is if the other team has a 6'6" guard, Dante Exum can guard them. And if they have a 6'3" guard, Spider Mitchell can guard them.
Also, Spider, his wingspan is crazy. Like, he's a good defender because he's got super long arms and he's athletic. Like, he's not a bad defender. They had to do homework on that.
And this kind of does go back to the Quickly thing, because a lot of people are so quick to say Quickly is not a point guard. But when I see Quickly on the court, I see how he keeps his dribble. I see how he keeps his head up and scopes the court. I see him as a possible point guard. A lot of people say, well, he's too much of a shoot first attitude. Right. Well, you know what? I want a point guard who's going to be able to shoot if he doesn't see I'd rather have a shoot first point guard who can pass rather than a pass first point guard who can't shoot.
Right.
Is what I'm saying.
And so the Knicks fan base is also always slow to adapt to changing times. Also, that's our thing. We stay stuck in tradition. So Miss Mocha was talking to me. She was like, "Why do you always say that?" And I was like, "Well, look at this. When the game comes on, watch the Knicks pregame, and then the next game that come on, watch other teams pregame, right?" And so we were watching the I forget who it was, and they were like, and the other team was like, "Now singing the Star Spangled Banner, such and such recording star from multi-record, such and such and such and such, yeah, such and such." And then we watched the Knicks pregame, and they were like, "Now doing the Star Spangled Banner, the gardener organist, such and such," and he played the Star Spangled Banner on the organ, right? And then so she was like, "Well, that don't mean nothing." And then during the broadcast, they're like, "Tune into such and such," and I'm like, "Yo, look at how classic the Knicks organization, tries to be, or whatever." And then look at other organizations. I said that to say this: when it comes to the point guard situation, the Knicks want a classic. The fan base wants a classic 1970s, 1980s field general, distribute first, play hard defense type point guard. In today's NBA, teams that are successful have point guards that can go get you buckets. They are bucket first, assist second, right? They are your Trae Youngs, your Dame Lillards, your Steph Currys, even your Lukas. Excuse me, even your Lukas, if you consider him to be a point guard, right? What do the Knicks want? The Knicks want Jimmy Chatwood. That's what the Knicks want at point guard. The Knicks wanted to be Hoosiers.
Let me ask you a question, Freezy. Because if you look at our coaching, so you look at Tibs, the older seasoned guy. If there's one guy on that coaching staff that does, like, if you put all the assistant coaches up there, there's one guy that doesn't fit in, and that's Johnny Bryant. Right. Johnny Bryant is, I think, younger than I am. He's like a millennial. He's been around. He's been around, the Donovan Mitchells and the Damian Lillards and all that. And it's like, what input does Johnny Bryant have on the style that Thibodeau wants? Because you say that the Knicks want this, but they have a guy on basically the associate head coach of the team who has been around the dynamic playmaking guard that can get you buckets. And don't you think it's his responsibility to, like, look, Tibbs, I know you've been coaching longer than I've been alive.
Right.
But this is how the NBA is now.
Right.
I know because I've worked with Damian Lillard. I work with Donovan Mitchell. You know, shouldn't Johnny Bryant go to Tom Thibodeau and be like, look, this overpaying thing ain't working. This ain't Charlie Ward. Okay,
hey, let me deflect that to Mo and Sports Vibes TV to answer that.
Well, when it comes to Johnny Bryant, you would assume he would be the one that's going to step up to the mantle and take that role within the organization. But at the end of the day, Tibs is still the head coach. So if there's any pushback from Tibs, Johnny Bryant's going to have to fall in line. Now, hopefully, Johnny Bryant can work with the likes of Emmanuel Quickley to try to get a similar style of play out of him. But I still think Donovan Mitchell is a guard that attacks the basket with more ferocity than an Emmanuel Quickley, if you were to compare the two. So I don't know if you were going to get similar play from a Donovan Mitchell to an Emmanuel Quickley. So I think Emmanuel Quickley would be better served operating, like you guys said, in a Steph Curry off-ball role. But because we don't really have any other guards on the roster, I think now Emmanuel Quickley is best fitted as our lead guard, as our point guard. Now we can readdress that, or we can address that in the offseason with free agency, but or through the draft. But right now, Quickley is pretty well suited to be coached by Johnny Bryant in a similar play style. But I just think he's a different type of guard than a Donovan Mitchell. If you were to compare, I would see DSJ benefiting more from what Johnny Bryant was able to do with Donovan Mitchell than an Emmanuel Quickley, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, just to go off that, like when it comes to Johnny Bryant, like I honestly wanted to have him to have more of an impact on like RJ Barrett, because he was able to, because Johnny Bryant's the Donovan Mitchell whisperer. Also, he worked with Gordon Hayward. So like I feel like he could have he can help him out with like some of that mid-range game, and also some of that like using his aggressiveness to his advantage. When it comes to Quickley, I just like hopefully he could like give him some of that aggressiveness, like maybe like teach him how to take that contact when he gets into the lane. It's something, because we need everything we can get. So yeah, that's what I got.
Hey, so do y'all hear noise in the background? Background noise, maybe something that's interrupting.
No, I don't.
I heard it for a little bit, and then it just went away. Okay, all right. So the reason why I asked is because the point guard situation is serious and dire for us. It's frustrating, right? It's frustrating watching Elfrid Payton come down, see a zone look, and automatically take himself out of the play. Right? It's frustrating to see Julius Randle catch the ball at the elbow, wait for the double team to come, Mitchell Robinson pop up to the top, Elfrid Payton comes around Mitch's screen and is wide open for three. Why are we still doing the same thing over and over? Well, why does Elfrid Payton have to come around the Mitch screen to be wide open at the top of the key? What does that do for us? Right? Immediately off the top, I know y'all are thinking like, Elfrid Payton can't shoot. So him being wide open don't even matter. And you know what? Elfrid Payton knows he can't shoot. So he catches the ball there, and then he tries to dribble and distribute with it. So you like, what are we doing here? Why is that? If that were Emmanuel Quickley would be on the all-rookie team. Quickley would make the all-rookie team if you gave him 6 or 7 of those same looks every game. When the double team comes for Julius, Mitchell Robinson comes up to the top and screens for the point guard. The point guard has a wide open look for three, right? Emmanuel Quickley will knock those down. And I'm not saying that he'll knock them down at a Kevin Knox rate, but I'm saying that he'd at least pose a threat to the opposing defense. You know what I'm saying? So here's my other thing. How come Tom Thibodeau can't figure out how to get points against the 2-3 zone? The 2-3 zone is a high school zone. It's when you first learn basketball. That's one of the first defenses that you learn to beat as a kid. How come the Knicks can't beat it? And so the easy question, the easy answer to that is, well, we can't shoot. So how come we can't create, if we can't shoot the 3, how come we can't create better shot opportunities?
We have like the players to be able to like break the zone. Like there are a few ways you could break the zone, like, but we have like players that we could have like flash to the free throw line and like, you know, make plays. Like I feel like Obi is somebody that like will help us, you know, in that journey, because we're gonna be facing this zone every freaking game. So like I know Obi is somebody who can help us. Like we need more cutting. We need more like activity. We need just, and we need to hit those. We need to hit some of those mid-range shots. Like when we at the key, like we gotta hit those. Like we gotta hit those shots. Like that's just what it is.
Right. So what you think, Kev?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. Stubbornness, willing to do it his way, an unwillingness to adapt. I was watching his post game. Not post game. I think it was from earlier today. I think it was press conference from earlier today. And I wish they wouldn't have cut it out. I don't know who did it. I don't know if it was MSG or who, but they cut it out. There was like, you know, somebody asked him about his rotations. It's like, you know, clearly it's not working. It's again stagnant. You can't beat the zone. You know, why don't you change up your rotation? You know, he gave the generic spiel, and at the end of it, he was like, "Well, we did change the rotation." And I thought to myself, when did this happen?
Yeah.
Did I miss
Rivers,
something in the game did I miss something in the game that was happening during commercial break or something? Or
right.
What happened?
Right.
What did you change, Tom Thibodeau? Because it looked the same the past 12 games.
Right. And Kev W, was this not the thing you feared when hiring Tom Thibodeau? Remember when Tom Thibodeau emerged as a coaching candidate? Was this not the thing you feared?
It is. I was one of the main people who wanted Mark Jackson. Because here's what I know. I know Mark Jackson, even with all his
stuff.
Yes, let's put it like that. He would have Tom. He is a developmental coach. He is like if what he did with Golden State to take and again, I'm not saying that. I made the analogy like a week or two ago about how Golden State became Golden State.
Right.
And the steps that they took to get there. Mark Jackson was critical in that development for them to become the dynasty that they did. Because he was able to take this, okay, what do these players do the best? And how can I put them in the best place to succeed? And with Tom Thibodeau, I don't feel that. I have yet to feel that he is putting these players in the best position to. I will like this: the only player who I feel like Tom Thibodeau, a young player, has actually put in the best position to succeed is Kevin Knox. I can't say that about RJ. I can't say that Tom Thibodeau has put RJ Barrett in the best position to succeed.
I disagree. I think he is murdering Kevin Knox's growth as a scorer. Because and so here's the thing.
He's made Kevin Knox the most efficient player on this team.
No, Kevin Knox just needed the opportunity. All he's doing is letting Kevin Knox shoot. You know what I'm saying? Last year, Kevin Knox didn't get. My belief is we would have seen the same development from Kevin Knox last year if he didn't have 5 dudes that played the same position in front of him. You know what I'm saying? And so here's a basic play, right, that you can run for Kevin Knox that can get 9 points out of Kevin Knox, right? All you ask Kevin Knox to do is if I'm the point guard, Kev, come set the screen at the top of the key, right? Once you set the screen, go to the basket, right? Go to the basket and cut right or left to the corner. And I'll see you cut. I don't care which direction you go, right? Just cut at the once you get to the basket, cut left or right. I'm gonna take 2 dribbles there because a big is gonna be on the block and they're gonna screen your man. And as soon as I see you get out of the paint, I'm coming your way and I'm throwing you a pass in the corner for 3. It's up to you to be set up and be ready to shoot. I'm throwing the ball anyway. You better be ready, right? And this is a play. This is a play that UCLA used to run for their shooters, right? They would the guy you want shooting the basketball sets the screen, right? Goes to the front of the basket, cuts left or right to either corner. It's up to the point guard to figure out which corner he's going to. Once he cuts, you hit that man in that corner that he's going to, right in the shooting pocket for 3, right? That's easy. That's basic basketball. That's basic basketball fundamentals. You teach little kids that. You want to shoot this shot from the corner? Don't go straight to the corner because it's too easy for defenses to defend that. But if we time it right, you can get your shot off, right? Tom Thibodeau knows this because he's been an NBA coach forever. David Fizdale knows this because Mike Miller knows this, right? My thing is they didn't do that for Kevin Knox. Kevin Knox gets those corner 3s off collapse defenses. Like if Julius Randle catches the ball in the post and they collapse, Kevin Knox open from the corner 3, splash, right? How about run some plays for Kevin Knox? You know what I'm saying?
Run some plays for anybody.
Right. Yeah, it's right. So there's a difference. There's a difference. That's what I mean. There's a legit. If we run plays for Kevin Knox, and I'm not saying all game long. I'm like, give him a play, give it a name. Call it. We used to, excuse me. Back in the day, we used to have a play for Steve Novak called Orange, right? So D'Antoni in his scraggly voice after screaming all game would be like, Orange, Orange, and everybody who watched the game know that means 3 guys are screening for Steve Novak to get open, right? And even the defense, they're like, God, they can run that play again. But the defense has to legit account for it and fight through screens in order to get to Steve Novak. Like 2 dudes have to fight through 3 screens to put a hand up in Steve Novak's face for him to shoot a 3, right? And that's for Steve Novak, dog. This dude was our third man off the bench, our 8th guy, right? Kevin Knox is our 6th guy and should be a starter. You telling me we can't run a play for Kevin Knox at least once a quarter to get him an open look? I mean, that's criminal. That's so Kev. So say right now and just follow me, right? Just say right now, whatever Kevin Knox is averaging right now, right? Just whatever he's averaging right now. Add 2 more made 3-point attempts to it, and what is he averaging?
14 and 15.
Right. So now not only are we creating easy looks on offense, now you're taking advantage of one of the weapons that you have. That's one of the things that we don't do. I watched Legion of the Knicks podcast break down some offense earlier today, and he did a great job, right? And I saw on the floor where if you put RJ Barrett and Kevin Knox on the same side of the floor, teams can't stop it. Because if you double team RJ going to the basket, guess what it's going to do for Kevin Knox? And if you sell out for Kevin Knox shooting the 3, guess what it does for RJ Barrett going to the basket in single coverage? These are simple things that guys like me that played a little high school ball, you know what I'm saying? Little stuff like that, things like that. If I see it from a million miles away, why is the coaching staff not seeing it? Right? And I'm asking, I just want to phone a friend right here. I want to phone a friend. I'm going to ask Mo. Mo, if you give Kevin Knox 4 more 3-point looks a game, and I'm just talking about open looks too, because you're gonna run the play for him. It's gonna get you the open look. Because if not, then you're gonna because if you double team, if you sell out for Knox in the corner, you're gonna give up a layup to RJ under the basket, right? For those for those in the chat that are following me, if you draw up this play for Knox and you sell out and the defense sells out on it, that means you're giving up a layup at the basket for RJ Barrett, right? So if you give Knox 4 more attempts from 3 per game, is that to our detriment, or is that a positive for us?
No, it's not to a detriment at all. But like the thing is, we haven't had a chance to practice. Like this season is so crazy. Like we haven't had a chance to practice. We haven't had a chance to have like the whole team together. Like there've been so many injuries. Like it's tough for us to run plays. Like the man is focusing on defensive rotations and trying to be a top 10 defense. Like it's been so tough. Like that's why I feel like it's a little too early for us to like get on Tibs as to why, like, you know, Kevin Knox is shooting 2 more threes or whatnot. Like I think it's a little too early for us. Like we gotta at least, you know, give ourselves a chance to maybe have like, you know, Eastern Conference. I mean, I'm an All-Star break or something. You know what I mean? Because like right. it's too early for us to just like say that he's not. There hasn't been enough. There haven't been enough practices. How many times has Austin Rivers practiced? Like, you know.
But here's the thing: Austin Rivers has missed games,
right?
Because Kevin Knox has literally been there, and they've had practices.
Yes.
They had training camp.
Yep.
Kevin Knox has been there. He hasn't been hurt at all.
Well, he's been hurt, but he's not missed time.
Oh, but I'm pretty sure he's still practicing. And I'm pretty sure in those practices, all right, we're going to draw this up. This is going to be our orange for Kevin Knox. We can do this because Kevin Knox is here, so we can implement this. It's not like we had to implement something for a player that's not there. Kevin Knox has been there.
Right.
So there's no excuse for them not to be drawing up plays.
And Alfred Payton has been, your starting point guard has been there also, to Kev's point. You know what I'm saying? So your starting point guard has been there. Kevin Knox has been there. And here's the thing. So I know Sports Vibes TV can shoot, right? He and I have a chemistry. I know he can shoot. So I'm like, dog, when we get to, I know we got to run a certain set. But if Tibs don't call nothing down the floor, and I know you in your bag, we just gonna run Cadillac. When you hear Cadillac, you already know to come up top and set the screen, right? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna dribble around the screen so that you can get a free release. The reason why I want you to come up top to set the screen because I want you to get a free release. I don't want you to run straight to the corner, right? As soon as I'm going to manipulate the defense, I'm going to pretend like I'm going to attack the basket when you're going. It's going to look like I'm ready to try to throw the lob, but I'm not, right? And depending on where you go, you could sell it. Whichever way you go, I'm coming with you. And as soon as you make your break, I'm coming your way, 2 or 3 dribbles. And as soon as you get to that 3-point line, that ball is going to be on your shooting pocket, right? Now, after that, what Sports Vibes TV do with the ball? Hey, it's up to you to make that shot. But I believed and trusted in you that you can make that shot because of all the time and work I saw you put in practice, right?
But do we have players on the team that have that level of IQ and that level of chemistry built up? That's going to be a big question.
Well, so that's the thing. The thing is, for one, in that scenario, you got to wave off Julius Randle because you know Randle's gonna want to touch it, right? You know that, and I don't fault Randle for that because Randle is our big dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm like Juju. Look, we done came down 6 times in a row and let you touch it, let you eat. Let me get Sports Vibes TV a look over here. You know what I'm saying? Let me get Sports Vibes TV this look. I'm gonna wave him off, and when we go and the next dead ball, he gonna be like, "Yo, why you keep waving me off, dog? I'm not waving you off because I just want to get Sports Vibes TV this look in the corner. You know what I'm saying? Because you shooting right now, you shooting 7 for 16, right? You 7 for 16. The defense is pressed up against you. They trying to shut you down. You done missed 9 shots. Let's loosen up this defense off of you. Let's let Sports Vibes TV knock down a couple of these corner threes, and then we'll get out your way. Matter of fact, I'll let you bring the ball up. Let you do your own thing. But let's distribute this basketball. Let's keep these defenses honest. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and that's what I feel like that's what they should be doing to Kevin Knox. They come out, the Knicks come out and run some offense, and y'all see it. It's like a figure 8 type. And what it is, they're trying to run the 1-4 flex offense with guys with small guards, right? Austin Rivers is not a big guard. Alfred Payton is not. He's stocky, but he's not a big guard, right? But if you run that 1-4 motion with RJ Barrett and Alec Burks, right, you get better spacing on the floor because RJ can attack the basket. Burks can attack the basket. And then you probably have 4 guys that can handle the ball in one big, right? So my point is, I guess the point I'm getting at is they run this mess and they still get bad shots, right? But at the same time, if you run a play occasionally for Kevin Knox, you at least keep Kevin Knox invested in a game, and you take advantage of one of your weapons. One of your weapons is a knockdown 3-point shooter, maybe one of the best in the NBA, and we don't give him enough shots to even threaten the defense.
To add your point, I think it's fair to say if you could say who on this team would you want to take the shot, I think we would all agree that it's Kevin Knox. Like, who do you want to take a 3? It's Kevin Knox on this team.
Well, who said we'd all agree?
Right? No. That corner 3. That corner three.
Drop a play. We need a 3.
Y'all wildin', yo. Y'all really love this guy. Like,
no.
Who would you want to take this shot? Who would you want to take it?
Quick. A straight on 3. A straight on 3. Emmanuel Quickly. Yes. Quickly. The straight on 3 from top of the key. Emmanuel Quickly.
I still would take Kevin Knox.
But the corner 3. I prefer Kevin Knox. I watched the Cleveland broadcast. And the whole time they were like, watch Knox in the corner. Watch Knox in the corner. Then when you switch to the Knicks broadcast, you're like, Alfred Payton needs to drop to the basket. And I'm like, what in the world? Even my dog cursed. My dog is soft. He is soft. Miss Mocha got my dog so spoiled. My dog so spoiled, man. Listen, my dog won't even eat hard food. You put hard food in the bowl. My dog like, what is this? My dog is so soft, y'all. But even he cursed. Even he like, what is Kennedy Knox? I have a pug that is so spoiled, y'all. He won't even sleep on the floor. He won't even sleep, but he sleep in the chair. I'm like, get your behind out my chair. And but even he was mad. Even he was mad that they won't get Knox the ball in the court. What's up, Nick G? Nick G, can you hear us? No, we can't hear you, dog. You muted? Is your mic on?
All right, you hear me now?
Yes.
All right.
So what say you? Okay, so let me ask you. I'm gonna ask you a couple things just real quick, and it's because I introduced them, but these are just thoughts and not demands. So firstly, why won't the Knicks start Quickly, RJ, Knox, OB, and Randall as a starting 5, right? And the other question I asked was, what is the prototype Tom Thibodeau point guard? And recently we just asked, why can't the Knicks generate easy shots for guys like Kevin Knox and Emmanuel Quickly? I'm gonna let my dog out, but I'll be right back.
Like the prototypical point guards question, I think that's like preposterous. I just feel like Tom Thibodeau's had many different point guards throughout his career. It doesn't matter. He's just going to run the lineup that he thinks could win on any given night. And the one thing that everyone skips over is that Tom Thibodeau is coaching what he has. This is the roster that he has. He has to coach it. Like he's just gonna run the plays that's gonna.
Nah, dog. Tom Thibodeau has say. Tom Thibodeau has say who he wants to run it at point guard.
No.
And secondly, if he just run any point guard, that's the reason why he's a second round exit all the time. That's the reason why he's a second round exit coach. You know what I'm saying? Like the dude, we giving this dude credit like he won 16 championships. Tom Thibodeau is a good NBA coach, but his flaws, his warts, are big warts. You know what I'm saying? And so the thing about that's what I'm saying about his point guard. Like we say, oh, he'll run anybody out. Tom Thibodeau's offense will run anybody. Tom Thibodeau's offense ain't that impressive where he can run anybody at point guard. Show me a top 5 Tom Thibodeau offense that did it 2 or 3 years in a row, and then I buy into that.
Okay, like I was saying before, Tom Thibodeau was running the players that he's got out there on the team. It's not that he doesn't have say-so over who's on the team. It's just the fact that he's just got players like Elfrid Payton that is there and has chemistry with guys that's on the team. When Tom Thibodeau thinks that Immanuel Quickley is ready, he'll give him the start. Like right now, Immanuel Quickley, that last game, as much as everyone is disappointed, Immanuel Quickley actually played more minutes than Elfrid Payton. There will be nights like that too. We're over here pissed that he didn't start or he's not like the go-to guy. Tom Thibodeau may feel like he's just not ready for a night in, night out rotation at the starting position. Who knows? By the end of the season is when we gotta calm down with the I see this, he should see this. Like he probably does see it. Like we don't know what he sees or what he thinks. He may feel like, okay, in practice, this kid, when they switch up the defense or when they do different things, that he doesn't get it and he needs more time. Like there are many things that could be at play. We don't know. We're just speculating right now. Yeah. And the idea of just like killing Tom Thibodeau over what he's doing or what he's not doing, and I want Mark Jackson. Like, who's to say Mark Jackson would have done any better? Who's to say that winning streak that we had earlier on would have happened under Mark Jackson? Who's to say that? Yeah. Remember,
when does Mark Jackson
didn't even want to start Draymond Green
consistently?
What's that?
When has Mark Jackson gone past the second round?
Yeah, well, who wants Mark Jackson? How about that?
He's being blackballed, bro.
There are a lot of people who wanted Kenny Atkinson. Kenny Atkinson is not even picked up by any team. He's an assistant.
He was an 8th seed, right? Or
at least
7th seed?
No. It's not even that he was an 8th seed.
No, I'm just saying. We talk about a guy being a second round exit. Mark Jackson. Yeah. Guys like that who are also in contention were known as guys who couldn't get people over the hump. They brought in Steve Kerr because they firmly believed that Mark Jackson couldn't get that team over the hump. And he had to develop them, but Tibs also developed Chicago, and he ended the playoff drought in Minnesota. Like he was the most proven out of all the commodities when it comes to he's been to an Eastern Conference Finals.
But Vinny Del Negro had that Chicago Bulls team at 41-41 when Tom Thibodeau took over,
and he had them at 41-41.
Well,
3 years in a row.
This question, the counter that you said, who wants Mark Jackson and Kenny Atkinson, other than Tibbs' 30-year-old friend who he's known for 20-30 years, and Leon Rose, who was offering Tom Thibodeau a job?
Who was
the Rockets did?
Who?
No, you're right. They're both. What I'm saying is they're like
the Rockets. The Rockets were interested.
What I'm saying is
they weren't interested in
they say the rumor was that they weren't.
We say Tibbs can't get teams over Tibbs is a second round exit consistently. Well, the other candidates at best was Mark Jackson, who was a second round exit consistently. You know, like we didn't. It's not like we had Greg Popovich out there on the market,
exactly.
Or go like guys like that.
Well, the thing is, to get them. But the thing is, we lump cats like Tom Thibodeau and with the great coaches. The coaches that y'all just mentioned aren't great coaches. They don't have reputations for being great NBA coaches for an extended period of time. You know what I'm saying? Tom Thibodeau is in that group of coaches that have a reputation for being a great NBA coach. Right? That's
one of the top 10
is.
best winning percentages. He's been to conference finals. He's a good coach.
Right.
Very good coach. He knows a lot more than all of us. He forgot a lot more than all of us know.
And at the same time, his flaws have persisted over the years. Like going into a playoff series, what Tom Thibodeau is not going to do. Like for instance, Tom Thibodeau is not gonna. So he's gonna grind your players to death, right? We already know that the Julius Randle and RJ Barrett injuries are coming. Right, okay, they are coming, and the reason why is because he plays them a lot of minutes, and he doesn't create easy opportunities to score for these guys. He won't let them run.
I want to counter that argument because everyone's been saying that. We started off the season playing a 10-man rotation. We had injuries. It dropped down to somewhere between 7 to 8 guys. We finally start getting back guys in the road, getting back guys healthy, and all of a sudden the rotation went up to 10 again. How could you say that we're gonna just grind guys to their knees can't go anymore when all of a sudden when we got healthy, we start playing more players? Like that, you can't just jump off a cliff because the cliff is there.
And look at who are the best players, the superstars in the league, right?
Exactly.
We don't have one of those guys, but the best players on a winning team, don't just play 30 minutes a game.
Right.
They play 36, 38. Guy, if you're not built for that, then you're not my cornerstone player.
Get out.
I'm sorry.
Right.
If you're not built for that, get out. If you're injury prone, you're injury prone. Whether you play 30 minutes, 20 minutes, if you're gonna get hurt, you're gonna get hurt. Injuries happen to everybody.
W and Mo, I know y'all want to get in here and destroy this argument. But Nick G just said, listen to what Nick G just said. And this is my man, my half brother. Nick G just said, but we had injuries. And when the injuries, when it happened to the rotation went down, hey, dog, you legit just said injuries.
Okay.
To counter my own
the
argument.
Alex Burks, who's always injured.
Alex Burks.
Coach it is.
And
Frank Ntilikina, Emmanuel Quickly.
Let me chime in with my health.
Reggie
Is that
Bullock.
Tibbs' fault?
Okay,
so how you gonna say he don't grind them down? And we legit had even our 2 rookies are hurt already, and y'all are saying no, it's not Thibodeau's fault. Really?
No, it's not because Alex Burks is always hurt no matter what coach he has. Frank Ntilikina is always hurt no matter how many coaches he has.
2.
Obi Toppin isn't in the league long enough to know if he's injury prone or not. He might be. Quickly had a freak injury where someone hit his hip. That doesn't matter how many minutes you play. Injuries happen, whether it's a coach's fault. It's not the coach's fault.
Reggie Bullock was injured too.
Does Reggie Bullock play 38 minutes a game? No, it's not that he's grinding.
Reggie Bullock is a starter.
But he's not playing 38, 40 minutes a game.
So y'all are making excuses for all these injuries and saying that it's not Tom Thibodeau's fault.
Crazy. Are you going to say
want to blame him? That's the easy way to do it is blame Thibodeau, but injuries happen on every team. Alex Burks is always hurt. Guys like Thibodeau coach him their whole career. No, it's not Thibodeau's fault that they're always hurt. Alex Burks was hurt his whole career. I
want to chime in with this. Freezy. We now know about injuries and minutes played because of San Antonio Spurs. They were the ones that did the research. They were trying to extend Tim Duncan's career. What they said was, or what their research came out to say was that when you play big men 7 foot and above 25 minutes per game, you shorten their careers. To lengthen their careers, you play them 25 minutes or less. That is the research that they did and came out with. Utah Jazz extended that research to players under 7 foot. And what they found was certain players that are injury prone, you do not play them beyond 22 minutes per game.
And they'll still get hurt.
So specifically, who that applied to from Utah was Rodney Hood and Alec Burke. Those were the players that they found that if you if you look at Rodney Hood's career, the minute he started averaging 23 minutes per game, he got hurt. It's throughout his entire career. You can listen to Locked On Utah. You can listen to all those podcasts that actually dive into Utah and all their research.
Dad, you listen to Locked On Utah?
I listen to everything, man. Like I love the NBA.
Me too.
First and
I listen to everything. Yeah.
Locked On Utah?
Yeah.
That is a little bit.
I'm with some heavy hitters, guys.
Yeah. Yo, you gotta for real. You gotta listen to everybody because if you just listen to the Knicks perspective on Knicks basketball,
exactly, you get lost.
Yo, it's like, come on, man. If you just listen to Knicks stuff on man, listen.
But I don't listen to team specific things, but I listen to a lot of like NBA, like general like stuff, like like Ringer, all that, like all their like general. But I don't Locked On Utah, like that sounds like real dedication. Anyways, continue.
Let me ask you a question. Which is the anomaly? Because how many players have let's say there's been just say 50,000 people who play in the NBA, and of those people, let's say 20,000 of them have played an average of 30 minutes a game, right? How many of those get injured or injury prone? Because if you say people who are 7 feet are just anomalies in general. Like their bodies probably aren't supposed to have the type of
pounding up and down,
exactly
pounding on the legs.
So that right there in itself is just an anomaly itself, because the human body is probably not supposed to be that way anyways.
But what we're saying, like, if you
let's look at. I mean, I'm sorry, but let's look at someone like.
Go ahead, bro.
When you say 7 footers, okay, someone like okay, for Patrick Ewing, for example, we can say Patrick Ewing had his fair share of injuries throughout his career. Early, even when he was younger, I think did he miss like 50-some games his first or second year or something?
Yeah, rookie. I think he only played like half his rookie year and still won Rookie of the Year.
Compared to him missing games when he was like 35,
right?
You know, just because his body was just like that. And you can, I think there's certain players like Hakeem Olajuwon probably didn't miss that many games throughout his career.
Sure.
Right.
But
who would you rather build your team around?
Personally, I would still say Patrick Ewing.
Right. We're all Knicks fans. But I'm just saying, like, there's guys that
can handle
that load.
Patrick Ewing should have just as many rings. I don't want to bring up John Starks. But Patrick Ewing should have just as many rings as Hakeem Olajuwon if it wasn't for John Starks.
Okay. Dude, Kevin W. Stop trying to ruin the channel. Stop trying to destroy the channel, Kev.
Like Freezy, if you see guys like there's anomalies for both ends. There's guys like Derrick Rose who's always going to be hurt, or guys like Alec Burks, and then there's guys like LeBron James who can take the most minutes ever and just be a stud. So, but when you have a cornerstone franchise player, and I'm talking like a top 10 superstar, you can't show me one of them that teams didn't, in your guys' definition, run them into the ground because they needed them out there most of the time to win a game. You take advantage of your investment. If you're paying a guy big money, you're playing in big minutes, and you're trying to win a championship, you have to play them big minutes. Your best player's got to be on the floor 36 to 38 minutes a game. And there's a lot of games where you have your best player out there more than you need.
Exactly.
Right.
You play him 40. You play him 44 to get a win.
What's the average
trying to figure out
age?
what's the point of Julius Randle.
Then?
No, I'm just saying, what's the average age of everyone on this panel right now? Because that's the thing. Because if you watch basketball like me, I'm in my mid-30s. I watched basketball in the 90s.
Man, you old.
I'll be 35. I'll be 35 in 10 days. I remember basketball in the 90s, and these players going up and down the whole game, 82 games a season, and they weren't getting hurt. They weren't dropping like flies like today's NBA player.
Yeah, and you got this load management crap where Kawhi's still hurt a lot.
I
The guys
mean,
their load management or still get hurt. I mean, it's a all right concept, but playing a game where you're running up and down, you're always on your feet. You have all these sorts of times where you can get a freak injury like the hip pointer from Quickly or the twisted ankle from Burks or Obi or something like that. But
Obi
you
got
also
hurt in
have
practice.
or whatever. But I'm saying like you're
Got
gonna have
hurt.
injuries when you're running at full speed all the time and you're cutting and you're jumping. There's a lot of pounding on your knees and legs.
Right.
And it doesn't. You can get hurt if you're playing no minutes. Frank Ntilikina, or you get hurt. You know what? Like
Thank you.
load management. I get it, but like the
Yo,
real
where's
like
Frank?
if you're giving me a guy, if you're giving me like let's say pick between a guy that needs load management or a cornerstone player that's about it that can handle it. I'm taking like everybody would want that guy because you need your best player out there all the time.
I mean, my question is this: what happened in a 20-year span of athletes? Because we can all agree that the game was probably more physically demanding in the 90s than it was now. Like just physically demanding.
So sports
think-
medicine is different.
I think it was also it's also like
You think that sports medicine should have gotten better. If
You
sports
took more of
medicine
a
had gotten
pounding.
better,
You took way more of a pounding in the 90s. Yes.
Right.
I think it's also like they're playing a lot more basketball at a younger age. Like the AAU system is so developed that like these kids are playing like so many games.
Yeah.
By the time they get to the pros, they have so many miles on them.
oh, that's let me. I don't know who I'm trying to figure out. I think it was Xavier McDaniel. I don't know if you know who Xavier McDaniel is.
Yeah.
No.
He's a friend of the show. Shout out to South Carolina.
So Xavier McDaniel was talking about I think it was Pat Riley. Is it Pat Riley or Jeff Van Gundy? Right? About practices. Now this is in the 90s. About how practice would be like games. And then they would practice the day of the game, like regular games, and then go into playing a game later that night.
Yeah, what it comes down to, Kev, is people like players are softer in today's league. They want practices are softer. As a coach, in my thing, you can't call suicides no more. You can only give them in my program. You can only run them a certain amount. If you get fired or possibly criminal charges if you run them too much. I mean, I used to have to run until I threw up.
They literally have changed the CBA to
you can't
allow us. You can only practice a certain amount of times now.
Exactly. So that's
like we don't even want to practice that anymore.
Hey, hold on. Go ahead, Nick G.
So what Mo was talking about is called overuse injuries. When you talk about overuse injuries, back in the day, Kevin Wright, kids played more sports. So that would actually keep you from abusing the same muscle constantly. And it helps you avoid injuries to the knees or something like that. So you play baseball and that gives you a different type of muscle use for that season. Like when you go into baseball, instead of playing basketball all year long, you want to switch up the different sports and you actually gain different muscle tone in different areas. And it helps you avoid overuse injuries. The other thing too is the pace of the game today is faster. So like you had, I believe, like 80 possessions per game in the 90s. Now you have close to 60 like per team. Like it's up there. It's a faster pace. That's why the score is faster because they're maximizing the time clock. The other thing too is AAU really has taken away the fundamentals from guys. Even now the NBA, this is one thing you have to realize, at least when it comes to this upcoming draft, is this is like the Steph Curry draft, technically, and also the NBA youth draft, where when the NBA actually started to try to fix the AAU circuit, that is what we're seeing in this draft, because the NBA said, we don't like the fundamentals that's being taught in the AAU circuit. So they started holding more NBA camps for kids to actually affect the fundamentals
at a younger age.
The first draft that it's happening to.
Yep. And so I want to speak to Nick G's point too, because all of that was exactly what I was thinking. I think he's spot on. But the thing I want to emphasize too is sports medicine is different.
Yeah,
Right. Nowadays, right? So nowadays, these dudes have to those muscles that Nick G was talking about. They have trainers that develop certain things in the off season. Whereas back in the 80s, 70s, like Willis Reed had a torn hip muscle in the NBA Finals, right? And he couldn't play, right? So what would happen then? If that was today, Willis Reed wouldn't even came out of the locker room, right? But back then, they give him a shot that what do you call it? Takes the feeling out of that area where my man can come out there and at least. Yeah. So that he can at least come out there and tip the ball and let Clyde Frazier go. So, but what happens now is the medicine that was used back then was not necessarily good for NBA players or people long term. You know what I'm saying? So now you do things like rehab and sleep and things like that take care that that have the natural healing, let the natural healing process take care of itself nowadays. That's why when you hear the word load management, these dudes do it because, say, playing 20 minutes against Toronto on a random Wednesday night is not worth losing Kawhi Leonard for 6 months. You know what I'm saying? You want your player to do load management. I don't want to call them soft. I want these guys to be around. Because back in the day, guys' prime ended when they were like 32, 33. Now guys are going 34, 35. How old is LeBron now? 37, 36?
Yeah.
36.
And you don't see a precipitous drop-off in his NBA play. You know what I'm saying? Because he takes care of his body. He load manages and eats right.
But
He
LeBron
still is logged more
always
minutes
averages
than almost
38.
any player ever. He still logged more minutes.
Exactly.
Right.
And still you have guys like sports medicine is so much better. Training is so much better.
Right.
Surgeries are so much better.
Right.
Practices are so much easier. The grind is so much easier than it used to be, but injuries are still going up.
Right.
It's not. You can't blame coaches for that. You cannot blame Thibodeau or even other coaches that get big minutes out of their stars, because some guys are just built for it. Some guys get hurt. Injuries happen in every sport.
Well, I understand that, but the thing that we don't take into account is this: when a superstar gets hurt, you replace him with a lesser quality player, right? So say for instance, Julius Randle and RJ, and they're not superstars, but say RJ Barrett and Julius Randle get hurt. Are you replacing them with the same caliber of player? No.
Almost.
Well,
almost.
Oh yeah. Oh, I got you.
Not Randle, but RJ, you could.
But y'all see where I'm going with. My point is when you take those guys out of your lineup, now you have lesser quality players, but the other team is still healthy, right?
But you still can have an injury where someone falls wrong, or it does it's injuries aren't just because you run someone in the ground. Injuries can be you come down from getting a rebound and someone falls underneath you, and boom, you fall wrong. Your ACL's torn.
But the longer you're in the game, the more likely that is to happen.
Right.
Well, it's going to happen no matter what.
Quickly,
Nick G.
was averaging 15 minutes per game, and he still got someone landing on him.
But Nick G, does fatigue lead to injuries?
Not necessarily. Because you got to remember, okay, to Kevin Wright's point, we don't practice like we used to, right? On the day of the game, the NBA PA has fought so that guys could only do walkthroughs on the day of the game. They only walk. That's it. So they just by the rules of the game, Thibodeau can't practice guys like he used to.
Right.
Yep.
So, like, what is the argument if he plays guys longer when we had injuries, and now he's not doing
the rules and regulations? He can't run his players into the ground. He can't.
Right.
You can't.
So he doesn't.
But the thing is like he's only playing guys when we had injuries that played like heavy minutes. So what is the
Julius Randle hasn't had a single injury concern.
Tibs played OB 10 minutes the last game. Like, I feel like that's only going to go up.
Exactly.
So Julius,
he's working guys back from injuries slowly. He's working guys that were hurt He's working them back in slowly. Like he might have saw that minute that he had of playing time. He might have saw something he didn't like, or Obi said, something don't feel quite right. Okay, let's get out there. Let's get out of the game. We don't need you. He's not. But the guys he needs out there win games, Julius Randle and RJ Barrett. So he has to be out there. We don't have the privilege to be able to load manage guys if we want to win games.
Exactly.
We don't. We don't. We don't have guys that are good enough. Like we don't have a LeBron James and a Anthony Davis where you can say, okay, AD could win us this game. Let's set LeBron. Or vice versa.
Okay. Can I ask a question? Let's say Obi is completely, we're down the road. Obi is completely healthy. And so what is the realistic average as you want to see Julius Randle's minutes at? This is with a healthy Obi Toppin. Nothing wrong with him at all. Like, where would you want Julius Randle's minutes at?
About 34.
32, 34.
If Obi develops and shows signs of having the potential that we want, then you can get away with not playing him 36 minutes a game, 38 minutes a game. If Obi's good enough where there's not that much of a drop-off, you can put him in. But that's another problem. We don't know that yet. So, I mean, realistically, you want about 32, 34 minutes a game.
All right, so Sports Vibes, you want to jump in?
My bad. Somebody started talking about Giants content, and it just kind of.
Oh no!
My fault.
Yeah. Hey, so let me distract for a minute to reset. So first of all, I want to tell Nick G, I was in your neck of the woods the other day. So. And you didn't even come see me.
That wasn't the time to see me, bro. You wouldn't have liked it.
Hey, I'm just saying because I took the ladies to I went to the spot, so I stopped at Guitar Center, and I stopped at DXL, and we had lunch at Mio's.
You like that Mio's though? I don't understand.
I love Mio's, man. I love Mio's.
I gotta give you a spot to go to, but all right.
Yeah, I'll just say so. I was repping the Knicks in your neck of the woods, and I felt like I was by myself. I wore all my Knicks stuff. All my Knicks stuff. I was over there like, you know what I'm saying? I'm repping for my boys over here. You know what I'm saying? And Nick G couldn't cancel his tee time, couldn't get off the golf course. You know what I'm saying? Just to come holler at his boy. What's happening? What's going on with this Knicks? What's going on in the Knicks universe?
Man, I was working that night, man.
I was
working. It's rough out here.
Yeah, I know it. You need to tell your people they need to start wearing masks in public too over there.
Man, we exploding out here too.
So here's a side note, just it's off the wall kind of side note. I came home about 11:30 tonight, right? I live in an apartment complex, and when I pulled around where my building was, there's like at least 50 teenagers ish around that age, and they were all going like there's still music. It's like almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, listen now, somebody's parents is out of town for the weekend, and they is really getting it in.
Yeah.
Now, I'm an old man. I never thought I'd see the day. How did Ray Gibson say? I never thought I'd see the day. Oh, Ray Gibson. Well, I got to be the one to have to call somebody. But like, listen now, these young whippersnappers over here.
Hey, y'all man, y'all funny with these movie references, man.
Yeah,
y'all
funny old, bro.
Man.
Yeah, I didn't want to be the one that had to call the man. Like, listen, now I'm old. I got to get my sleep. They's over here jamming 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
So they having so you gonna be pops in the window talking about public enema. Public enema.
Something got to be done. Something got to be done. I'm gonna give him another hour.
Just one thing of note, man. I always tell people wear a mask or whatever, but at the same time, like, I understand your freedom and stuff like that. Just the arrogance is like the most American thing on the planet. You know, it's crazy. But at the same time, it's for me where I always thought about is if I were to get sick, right? It may not affect me that much. But if I were to give it to somebody else, I had questioned, am I killing someone else?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like there's some people out there, man. Like it hit home to me when I saw this old guy who came from New York, man. And he looked normal, but then when you looked at his vital signs, man, it wasn't normal. Like he shouldn't be alive.
Right.
And that was early in the game. Now we know how to treat it a little bit better. So, you know, everyone who doesn't believe or anything like that, it's easy to say when you don't see someone sick. But when you see someone that got lungs like a smoker, like a 40-year-old smoker,
Right.
and that only happened, and they never smoked in their life, and that only happened in a couple of days.
Right.
That'll change your life, bro.
That'll change. Yep.
So
yep.
Let's see.
Yeah, Nick,
So
I don't know what you
predict-
do, but I'm an X-ray tech, so
all
I
you
kind of
guys
see a
in New
lot
York,
of this
right?
stuff
All you
as
guys
well.
in the city?
No.
For real.
All you guys in the city, right?
Hey, so no.
I'm in South Carolina.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
busy.
Yeah, see, I live in South Central Pennsylvania, right? And there's a lot of I live in more of the country, like farming area, and a lot of people here are so ignorant because they don't know people that have it. Because a lot of us, you know, don't be around big crowds like that. You know, there's not a whole lot of spread out there.
Right.
So like, but a story of that. My dad's best friend, about 52 years old, never smoked, healthy guy, you know, and he had contracted it from his father who had passed away from it, and he was ended up in a coma because of it.
Wow.
8 weeks in the hospital, and he's a body guy. He does body work and paint, and he's went at this garage for 32 years, and they just packed his full boxes of storage and said, "See ya." You know,
What?
pick them up when you're healthy enough. So like this stuff is really ruining people's lives, man.
Wow.
It really is. It's tough.
Yeah.
So, and Nick, salute to you because you're putting your life on the line to help people, and I have the utmost respect for people like you.
And Sports Vibes TV also.
Yeah,
Oh,
shout
okay.
out to Sports Vibes. I didn't know you were X-ray tech.
But
Yeah,
salute.
Since 2013.
That's what's up, man.
okay, salute,
Yeah,
man.
man. Yeah. So yeah, man. So it's a lot of stuff going on out there. All I'm gonna ask is for everybody to be safe. That's all. Be safe and be conscious of others. And I'm gonna ask Tom Thibodeau to do that for me too. Like, be conscious of Uncle Freezy before you give me some kind of medical condition. You know what I'm saying? Tom Thibodeau, your offense against a 2-3 zone. You can't even beat a high school zone. Come on, Tom Thibodeau. What's going on? Why can't we get quality shots against historic defense? It's not like teams run some kind of amoeba like 1-3-1 zone, trap the corners, all that. They just sit back in the 2-3 zone and look at the ball.
Let me ask you something,
Sharif
Breezy.
Cooper. Waiting for
Let me
Sharif
ask you something,
Cooper.
Breezy.
What's that?
And this is just for a lot of Knicks fans that I'm not saying you're very knowledgeable, but a lot of fans are so quick to turn on a coach or a certain player. If let's say Tibs gets fired next week,
Right.
and Popovich gets fired, or Popovich retires, wants to come out of retirement. Let's just say that's an alternate reality, right? And we sign Greg Popovich, who in my opinion is probably the best coach of all time. And he comes in with the same roster, and they look the same way. Are you going to say Popovich is trash, or Popovich can't coach, or he's too stubborn, or all of a sudden he forgot how to beat his own? Or are you going to start looking at the players and they're just not that good enough?
I think Popovich will figure out a way. I don't think you.
I'm saying, what if he can't? What if it looks like he can't? What if it looks the same?
Oh my gosh, that's a no-win scenario for me. I mean, the thing with Tibbs is I think he has the answers and is reluctant to use those answers. Whereas if Popovich had those answers, he would at least test it. And the reason why I say that is because if you remember the playoffs where San Antonio and Phoenix played a few, I guess it's been 10 plus years ago now, where San Antonio's half court defense was very good, except against Mike D'Antoni's 7 seconds or less offense. Right. So what Popovich did was he made an adjustment by sending Ginobili to the bench so that all game long, the Phoenix Suns had to defend a top-rate offense, right? So what that does is, and while it doesn't seem to make sense on the surface, teams that run 7 seconds or less run at a high pace, right? But defensively, what they want to do is get you to miss so that they can get the ball out and run. But by bringing Ginobili off the bench, the Spurs always had makes. So then it forced the Suns to pull the ball out of the basket and run. And while this may seem like a minor step, the San Antonio Spurs wound up winning that series in 6 games because Popovich made an adjustment. Would Tom Thibodeau have made that 100%. Adjustment if he had the answers? I'm not for sure.
He might not be making adjustments as far as starting lineup goes, but you do see parts of the game, like we said, he's starting to run guy. We said there was no like off-ball screens or anything like that, and yeah, it might be with Elfrid Payton because he's in the game. But you start to see that play that you talked about, where Julius Randle gets the ball in the post and there's an off-ball screen action, and it gets a wide open shot. Like he's trying to do different things. It's still so fresh and early in the season, man. You got to give a coach like that time.
No, I'm not saying fire Thibodeau.
No, right? I know you're not. I'm talking for the fans that I've heard say fire Thibodeau as well. Like I'm talking about, like there's a lot of people that want his head right now that were loving him when we were 5-3.
Right, and so what I'm asking for is little stuff like nuanced adjustments. Like if Kevin Knox is 6 for 7 from the floor, why wouldn't we try to push that and see if Kevin Knox can be 10 or 13 from the floor, or 12 of 18 from the floor? You know what I'm saying, or 15 of 23 from the floor. You know what I'm saying? If you know Kevin Knox is
getting more minutes though, like than he was in start the season. He's getting more minutes. Quickly, he's getting more minutes.
But they like to reverse. They like to reverse the ball away from Kevin Knox, though. If you go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So okay. So all right. So I'm gonna see if I can get the film for the game, so I can show you where you have RJ Barrett and Julius Randle and Elfrid Payton on the same side of the floor, and Kevin Knox is isolated on the other side of the floor by himself. Like they legit spot him up. Like, hey man, you just sit right here, and just in case my crazy floater is not going. Just in case 4 people are in the paint, I'll kick it out to you, Kevin Knox, as opposed to saying, let me run this play for Knox. Let me loosen up the defense.
There's definitely things, but I'm saying that what I'm saying is it's early in the season, so there's going to be nuanced changes. It's just might not be at the pace that some of us fans want it to be. There will be changes where they work that in. I believe, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I think eventually he will add those dimensions to the offense.
All right, so let me move ahead to another question that I had. Right. So we had a fatal 4-way debate on the show, and Kevin W is the fatal 4-way in a Sports Vibes TV. I'm gonna just say that Kevin W is is the no he don't want smoke. I'm just kidding. So Kevin Kevin
pleading for something. I was just
I was acknowledging
the fact that he is the fatal 4-way Lawrence Tears debate champ, Kevin W. He basically, what happened was we talked about who deserves more minutes, Kevin Knox or Obi Toppin, right? So he wanted I'm here to say the reason why I asked the question is because while I think Kevin Knox deserves more shots, I think Obi Toppin needs more minutes. I think the fact that they brought in Taj Gibson means that Obi Toppin is going to get less minutes, and I don't want to see that. So what do you so Sports Vibes TV? What do you say to someone that believes Taj Gibson and Reggie Bullock are going to prevent Obi Toppin from getting serious minutes this season?
I'm not sure about Reggie Bullock unless you think Obi's going to get some minutes at the 3. When it comes to the 4, I expect Taj to see some time at the 5 and also at the 4. So he's definitely going to eat into Obi's minutes. But hopefully Taj is just there for emotional support. You know, maybe he can clap at the end of the bench. And you know, God forbid there's an injury, then he can step up. But I'm hoping he does not see the court. Because as of now, since he's been on the roster, we've been 0-5. So I can only imagine what's going to happen if he hits the court.
What do you think, Mo?
That's a great point. Hopefully, like, Obi's good enough to where, like, it's not even a question that's like Taj shouldn't be on the court. Like, it's Obi's time to eat. Like,
right.
Todd should really just be like that last assistant coach, you know, that extension of the coaching staff on the court. Yeah, that's.
Well, I don't think they.
I'm about to come off, but I wanted to make the point that I really liked every time that Obi Toppin got a rebound and pushed the ball. Like I can't stress enough how like cool, how important that's gonna be. Like he's gonna be able to like convert that into more like, you know, points and assists, and I just think he's gonna be good. He's gonna be good, man. I feel it. Just putting that energy in.
So what say you, Kevin?
Well, again, I mean, and I'm starting actually not to take that much stock in what Tom Thibodeau says. They asked him today, you know, had Mr. He basically said that Taj Gibson is ready, that he's ready right now, and the fact that he just didn't get in. So with that being like, if Taj Gibson is ready and still not getting any playing time, I'm not really worried about him cutting into. I think he's that emergency big. Like in case something happens and we run out of bodies. They probably brought Taj Gibson in 2 weeks too late. And when we really needed Taj Gibson, that's when they brought him in. But they brought him in when we were getting bodies back. Like when we was out there running like 7-man rotations, and Knox was playing like the backup 5. That's when we needed Taj Gibson.
Right.
And so when they got him in, it's like, okay, we're trying to get everybody back. So it was really, I mean, you hear things, but it's really nowhere to play you. The only person I see Taj Gibson getting minutes from is Nerlens Noel.
So let me ask y'all this, because this is what I've been trying to get to, man. I've been trying to get down to the nitty gritty. I'm gonna ask Sports Vibes TV first. I'm gonna just put him on the spot, right? He can handle this stuff. He got his own channel. He get thousands of views. You know, he got plenty of subscribers and stuff. He know how to handle stuff like this, right? My man do breakdown videos and such, and does live streams, so he's equipped to handle this. So I'm gonna ask him one of the hardest questions that I probably ever asked on a live stream, putting somebody on the spot. Right. So Sports Vibes TV, who is the Knicks franchise player? Oh, we stumped him.
You definitely stumped me, because none of these players have shown. Well, it's technically Julius Randle, because Julius Randle, everything is running through him. So of course, if you're gonna pick a name, it's gonna be Julius Randle. But honestly,
so we're gonna give Julius Randle a max extension.
No, I didn't say that. Now those are two different questions. Who's the current franchise player and who's going to be deserving of a max contract? To me, are two different.
Who is the Knicks star going forward?
Going forward, I would hope it would be RJ Barrett, but we haven't seen enough to really make that determination. So if those are the only parameters you're going to give me, I'm going to still be forced to say Julius Randle. But I have the disclaimer that I am not advocating that the Knicks extend him beyond his current contract. In fact, I'd rather we move from him while there's still a year left on his contract, so we can get
serious?
something before he dips. Yeah.
So okay, so that's a great point there.
The rebuild
that
never ends.
Right. So I'm gonna say this, and I know y'all gonna laugh, and I don't really care, but I'm here to tell you that I think this Emmanuel Quickly Obi Toppin thing is real. I think it's real. I think one of these dudes is gonna be a star. And at first I thought it was gonna be Obi until I saw Emmanuel Quickly walk on the floor and look like he belonged there. But the thing about
no moment seems too big for him.
Right, but the thing about Obi Toppin is, with all that athletic ability, it's hard to say that in 3 years this dude's not going to be an all-star. You know what I'm saying? Because there are certain things that he can do that looks laissez-faire, and you're like, oh yeah, he just passed the ball. He just threw a pocket pass to Elfrid Payton, who just dribbled it up and threw up a brick. And then you're like, well, wait a minute. Did you just see Obi Toppin? Dribble to his right, take 3 dribbles to his right, and throw a bounce pass to Elfrid Payton? Did that just happen? Right? And so once this 3 ball starts falling for Obi, and knowing that he can jump out of the gym, I think this kid may be something special. Right? So while we go out, I go out on the limb and say, this Obi and Quickly thing is something special. I think it might be more than special. I think we're right now at the cusp of seeing something that's different historically with our franchise. And I know this might sound like hyperbole, because the realists out there, the ones that say, no man, you gotta wait till such and such and such and such. No, dog, I ain't waiting on nothing. And the pessimists are gonna be like, man, y'all always overhype y'all players. You always overhype. No, dog. Y'all always destroy our players. Y'all are the ones on social media when Knicks PR say happy birthday, Julius Randle. Y'all are the ones on social media like, Julius Randle, get out of town. That's y'all on a happy birthday tweet. You know what I'm saying? And the realists will be like, well, so what? He only averaged 22, 11, and 7 after 13 games. Well, dog, he only played 13 games. I mean, come on. If he did that one time, I could see y'all being pessimistic or real. I'm sorry. But for people that watch basketball and watch the skill set of certain players on this Knicks roster, I'm here to tell you that this roster has a high upside. Now, in terms of RJ Barrett, I don't know what we'll get with RJ Barrett. I'm a Barrettier. I am not a Knoxer or a Franker. I'm not a Juliet. I'm not a Miach. The Miaches, they love Mitch. They love Mitch. That's what they call themselves. They're Miaches. They love Mitch, right? I'm not here to pump up one player over another. But what I am here to say is if everybody's eyes are deceiving them about Emmanuel Quickly, that's one hell of a trick, right? And so, and the other thing too is that people are gonna say like, when Tom Thibodeau really gets who he wants here, then those guys may be in a blah 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 blah. Nah, man, I'm gonna tell you something. You don't reach for Emmanuel Quickly like you did in the draft if you didn't believe in him. They believe in him. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
On the screen.
Yeah, so the mock drafts had Emmanuel Quickly going 44th. The Knicks drafted him in the 20s. They traded away Daniel Arturo, a guy that we could be using right now, and to trade back to pick up a second-round pick and get Emmanuel Quickly. So if they didn't believe in this stuff that they've seen, they wouldn't have traded away a young big that is the answer to all the questions that Mitchell Robinson posed. Right? Like Arturo is not the defensive player that Mitchell Robinson is. But if you need touch around the basket, a guy that can shoot from the outside a little bit, a guy with touch around the basket, you wouldn't trade away that guy if you felt like Emmanuel Quickly wasn't the guy. Right? So for all the pessimists out there that'll be like, he did that against Cleveland. Hey man, if he didn't do it against Cleveland, what would you be saying? If he didn't do it against Cleveland, what would you be saying? You'd be really in your pessimistic bag. But he did it against Cleveland, and now you're, he only did it against Cleveland. What I'm here to tell you is the modern NBA point guard does not look like Mark Jackson. Right? I know that's what y'all want. The Knicks fans, y'all want a Mark Jackson type point guard. Somebody that's going to be a floor general, get everybody else involved and all that stuff. But in 2021, point guards shoot the basketball and from 25 feet. And they attack the rim. They don't always pass. They are not always pass first guys. So Knicks fans, welcome to the new millennium. I'm trying to drag y'all out of 1997 and at least bring y'all to 2001. But it's actually 2021. You know, this thing about all we need to do is tighten up defense. I understand where you're coming from, right? Right? But Trae Young is not a lockdown defender. And I know you're gonna say, well, the Atlanta Hawks, they ain't really won nothing. But they have a cornerstone piece. What do y'all have?
Well, the way y'all tell it, we have Julius Randle, right?
We have Randle.
Who is y'all?
Kevin W.
What? What? I never said anything about Julius Randle.
So Kev W. Right? The modern NBA point guard. So if you had to pick who's the best point guard in the NBA right now? Name me a top three.
Top three point guards right now?
Yep.
Lillard, still probably right there. Probably still Steph. And Lillard, Steph.
Trae Young. Come on, man. Trae Young is averaging double-digit assists and high 20s scoring. You don't like Trae Young? Do you like Luka Doncic?
I'm trying to think in my mind.
Luka Doncic is a stud.
I might say Trae Young.
Well, who would you rather have? Who would you rather have, Trae Young or Ricky Rubio, right now?
Are you asking me like I'm John Collins? Because John Collins might say Ricky Rubio.
Well. The thing is the Knicks like the Ricky Rubio defensive-minded pass first point guard.
I'm saying this comes from this. I mean, like I said, you ask his Trae Young's teammate, and I don't know if Trae Young's teammate will say he wants Trae Young.
What about Kevin W? You're not John Collins. You're Kev W. You're the fatal four-way champ.
I mean, yeah, I would take Trae Young.
So right, so would you? So you would like a point guard in that vein, like Steph Curry, Dame Lillard, Trae Young,
yeah,
or Ricky Rubio type.
There's nothing wrong with Ricky Rubio type, but you know, if I had my option, I would take Damian Lillard. Anybody would. There's 29 other teams that would probably take Damian Lillard.
Right.
Yeah, and you can't Ricky Rubio is nowhere near those guys. Never.
No, what I said was he's an okay point guard.
No, that's what I'm saying. I agree with you.
On my
he's
team,
a great point guard, but that's no comparison. That's
like if Ricky Rubio was on my team, I'd be like, well, I got Ricky Rubio.
How about Ja Morant?
Ja Morant. Oof.
I gotta see more from Ja Morant. I mean, I'm not saying he can't be or won't be a top point guard in this league.
Bird, you put him top 10 right now?
I mean, yeah, I'll put him top 10. I'm going to put him
he's a top point guard.
Top 3, no.
No, but he's still like a top point guard in this league. He's a tier 1 point guard. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Right, but our narrative, but the Knicks narrative is always, man, we need the only thing better than more defense is more defense. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on.
We are used to the Garden crowd chanting defense. When was the last time you heard the Garden crowd cheering offense?
But when's the last time a team with Damian Lillard or Trae Young, because Steph Curry and them, they had good defenders on that Warriors team, but
Guys like Damian Lillard and Trae Young, when do they want anything? Like Trae Young, I mean, plays no defense, and their teams don't play any defense. You still need. What I'm saying is, you need both. You still need defense to be a good team.
But Damian Lillard,
but y'all are skewing the conversation. I'm talking about the point guard position, not the rest of the roster. Right? Like they can't defense, and they deserve to. But what I'm talking about is the point guard position.
You still need defense at the point guard position.
Yeah, yes, that's the only thing we want more than defense at the point guard position is more defense.
That's why there's people who love, Frank, because they saw his one little highlight where he stole the ball from Luka Doncic, and don't forget the 35 other points that Luka Doncic scored on him. Right. And they say, "Oh, he shut him down. He only kept Luka to 30. He shut him down." Like, no. He didn't. Luka cooked on him, and he stole the ball from him once.
Right. So I'm trying to bring the Knicks fan base into the new millennium, and so everywhere I go, whether it's on social media, and this right here is social media also, but or when I talk to the old timers, I talk to my uncles, man, they in their 70s and 80s and stuff. They say, man, we need to put that Frank boy out there, man. Those guards be out there, they be tearing us up. Hey, it's not 1970, right? It's not 1974. You know what I'm saying? We need a modern NBA point guard, man. Somebody that can score. The rules are set up for point guards to score that basketball. And we are operating in a mindset that the rules are still in place from 1980. Right? The Knicks don't value scoring machines anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just don't value guys that can get a bucket. We'd rather see this mess that five random dudes out there on the floor trying to run something and throwing up contested shots for 48 minutes.
I swear if I see Reggie Bullock anymore.
Dude, well, why does Reggie Bullock even have a roster spot? Why is Elfrid Payton even still here? It's because Elfrid Payton's still here is because he is the prototypical Tom Thibodeau point guard, except he don't have a shot.
Can I talk?
What I'm saying, you got good point guards that are on winning teams, maybe minus a Steph Curry, like championship teams, like their scoring machine point. You still need a guy. You need to value both. Freezy's right, 100%. You need a point guard in the modern NBA that can fill it up. You need that. You need a guy that can efficiently fill it up and get buckets. But you also need him to at least be able to check his man. You need or play well in a zone. You need some sort of defense. Trae Young is a defensive liability horribly. He's one of the worst defenders in the NBA.
Now he's the worst. He's the worst defensive player.
He will never be the best player on a championship team because of that.
Right. So Trae Young,
you need a balance of both, and that's why I like guys like Drew Holiday because he was a point guard before he moved to that 2-guard role when he was in Philly. He was like a 17-7 guy.
Right.
Like he can be like I like guys like Drew Holiday. I'm not saying he's better than Damian Lillard because he's not. I'm not saying he's better than Steph Curry because he's not. But guys like that Drew Holiday can get you 20 points if you need him to get you 20 points.
Right. And he can lock down. He's scheme flexible too. So he can lock down.
Why do you think teams like the Bucks gave up a lot of picks for him? Because good teams need to value. They gave up too much for him, but I'm saying they valued him like that because guys need to play both ends of the floor. You need that.
Right. So the who's the last NBA champ? Did the last NBA champ have a point guard that knocked down threes?
LeBron played point guard.
Rondo.
Yeah, Rondo got in his bag. Y'all remember Rondo was out there looking like Reggie Miller. Rondo wanted that chip. What about the team before that? Did the team before that have point guards that knocked down threes?
Lowry.
What about Fred VanVleet? Yeah.
But did they play defense too?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did all those guys play defense?
But they had excellent wing defenders too. Now,
right.
Kawhi.
And Pascal Siakam, and OG Anunoby. What about the champs before that? Who was the champs before Toronto? Did they have a point guard that knocked down threes?
Golden State.
Right. But
they also have five guys that could be Hall of Famers in the starting lineup. 4 guys that could be Hall of Famers.
when they were winning.
Yeah, I was saying Steph Curry, and then you had Kyrie Irving.
Yeah.
And then before they was winning, Mario Chalmers.
Yeah, that's LeBron. That's different. That's an anomaly. Yeah, LeBron, Wade, and Bosh.
You have the Spurs.
And then you had Barea.
Well, yeah, then you had Tony Parker and Derek Fisher and
and so
how disrespectful of me.
What was that?
I went to JJ Barea over Jason Kidd.
Right.
I just thought
well, Jason Kidd at that point in his career, he wasn't Jason Kidd no more.
Right, and so
he was still serviceable.
Yeah, but I'm saying he wasn't prime Jason Kidd is what I'm saying.
He wasn't.
He was better than JJ Barea.
Yeah, okay, but he still was like a role player at best at that point in his career.
Yeah,
but I disrespected him by using JJ first.
Yeah, but JJ was huge in that series. JJ was huge in that series.
But Knicks fans are saying, I hear you, Uncle Freezy. I hear you. You need to have that offensive dynamic at the point guard position. But nah, let me get Ricky Rubio.
Nobody's saying Ricky Rubio.
Why you banging your head against the wall? And I'm not saying Ricky Rubio the player. I'm talking about Ricky Rubio the prototype.
But wait, hold on, please. I want to chime in. What do you think is the prototypical Tom Thibodeau point guard? Because I keep hearing you say that, and that doesn't make sense to me. Like, what do you think is a prototypical point guard?
I'm asking Nick G. I asked you the question. That's how I started the show. I asked everybody, what is and these guys right here are my witnesses because I don't know.
Okay.
So I asked the question, what is the because the reason why I asked is because I wanted to lead into the fade for Cade, right? Because you have Tom Thibodeau trying to figure out a point guard, and then you have another sect of fans that say fade for Cade. And I feel like if those two intersect, you won't get a Tom Thibodeau point guard in Cade Cunningham.
Okay, all right. Let me give you my answer then. The Elfrid Payton, as of right now, is the starter. Yes, I believe by the end of the season he will not be the starter.
Right.
The reason why teams go zone is because of Elfrid Payton.
Right.
If you could stop Elfrid Payton, 1, it immediately stops RJ. 2, it immediately mitigates how many lobs Mitch could get. And when everyone is stagnated, it then stops Randall.
Yep.
So it starts with Elfrid Payton to me. And every time, as of late, since healthy, when teams go zone, you could check the minutes, you could look at the logs. Quickly comes in the game. Mm-hmm. He quickly goes for quickly.
And Burks would too if he wasn't hurt.
Exactly.
In the game too.
And the thing is like we keep saying like it's what's prototypical, and Tom Thibodeau is so old school or whatever. Like you got to give him time. Even quickly, he just started his career. We barely had a training camp. When teams adjusted to quickly and he wasn't scoring that much after he came back from his injury. 1, yes, he came back from his injury. 2, but then teams played him differently. They backed off. They took away his drive. They allowed him to take some shots uncontested, and he didn't make it. We weren't saying anything when he was averaging 5 points over that part of the losing streak. But when he starts scoring 20 points, all of a sudden he's the starter again. Like, he's a rookie. He's going to have ups and downs. And it's going to take time.
Like, look at teams. Point guard's a quarterback of your offense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at bad teams in the NFL when they draft a good quarterback. They have a veteran journeyman a lot of times, and they'll bring him along slowly because they want to develop him. I mean,
exactly.
Really think Ryan. I mean, like Ryan Fitzpatrick with Tua, right? Or and then you got guys like Ryan Leaf who had all the potential of the world. You throw them in the fire on a bad team, and they never develop, and then everybody kills them.
Exactly.
Like, I think Thibodeau has that mindset where he's got to bring him along slowly. No matter how ugly it is with Peyton, you got to bring guys along slowly and make sure they're ready.
Right.
If you don't think he's ready, there's a reason for that. And he will be. I agree with Nick completely. He will be the starting point guard on this team.
I don't dispute that. My question was what is the prototypical Tom Thibodeau point guard? Like, and I'm asking Nick G if Tom Thibodeau could build his point guard from the ground up, what would that player look like?
Jalen Suggs. If I had to choose someone, or matter of fact, okay, how about this? Let's take away Jalen Suggs. It'll be Brandon Roy. How about that?
Brandon Wood wasn't a point guard.
But he was pretty much the type of point guard that would be to do what he wants to do.
No, Brandon Roy was a legit two guard. He was
I
never.
know.
No, but Kev, hey, Nick, let me say this real quick, and I promise I'll let you get back in. But the times were different. The game was played different back then. In today's game, do you think you could see Brandon Roy facilitating a lot more, being a well-rounded player?
Exactly. That's what I mean. Or okay, how about this?
Because if I recall, Brandon Roy was looking to score. He was not looking to facilitate.
So did 90% of today's point guards. They look just to score.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, no. I mean, you can say that. I mean,
yeah,
it's difficult because here's the thing: you can have.
Oh, here come trouble. Kev W, just be quiet. Don't say nothing. Just let my man come in and eat.
Oh, let him go.
A lot of times.
Hey, let me. So Legion of Knicks podcast. I just want to let you know that Kev W is the winner and champion of the Lawrence Tears Fatal 4-Way debate held last night, and he was looking for smoke all over the place. But since there's a 10-day rule. Since there's a 10-day rule where you can't challenge for people's belts, so Kev W, you can brag, but we don't want you to get in that debate circle, okay?
Well, put it like this: I'm not going to challenge anybody until you fight Freezy. So, because we still remember you're a duck.
Nah, man. See, that's why I intro with "Here Comes Trouble."
Excuse me, Kevin. Congrats on your win. I hope you continue success with your battles here. I would tell you not to do them until Freezy fights, but congrats. Good for you, man.
Hey, Legion of Knicks. The same thing I said to Kevin W. I'm not debating over John Starks. I'm trying to get him on the show. You know what I'm saying? Y'all try to deep six the channel. I love you, John Starks.
I would love to talk to John Starks. Just one time. Just once. Let me talk to John Starks.
You probably don't want to do that.
Kev. I'm here to tell you, if you talk greasy to John Starks, I will mute you so hard. I will get the show animations. I will get the show animations like what's that game? Pressure Luck. You remember that show? They got the little thing going across the thing. Yeah,
I would be as professional as humanly possible talking to John Starks. Professional. I'm going to ask the tough questions, but I'm going to do it professionally.
I just wouldn't advise it.
I'm going to take the emotions out of.
I can't trust that.
Mind you, I'm a professional in my career. I can separate my emotions.
You're not professional in your love for Knox, so you talk about
definitely
about Kevin Knox.
Yeah, you got worked up over the 2 for 18, and sparks might fly.
Dude, right, dude, you legit sounded like a Britney Spears fanboy over Kevin Knox one episode. You legit when I said Kevin Knox doesn't deserve to start. You legit. I thought you were like gonna take off your Justin Bieber T-shirt and show us your Kevin Knox tattoo, the one you got on your heart.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? And Kev knows we joke a lot, but that day that I was sitting in the car, I was like, yo, I got like 15 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just jump on real quick and just say something real quick. And I said, I don't know if Kevin Knox should, and he went off. I came back 2 hours later and he was still going off. So we know you're a pro. We know you're a pro. But when it comes to Knox, y'all Knoxers, the Knoxers have a love for Knox that's only rivaled by the Beyonce fan base and the Trumpers. The Trumpers are like, I wish we were passionate like the Knoxers.
You scared of Breezy.
Anytime Knox will go 2 for 18 like Starks. Kev, Kev be like, fake news.
Fake news. Right. They cheated.
He goes 1 for 1. Stop the count.
Right.
You guys are terrible.
Right. No, I can't.
Hey,
No, I
I'm about
can't.
to sign off, guys.
All right, man. All right, boss.
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Hey, good work.
Stay safe,
Hey,
bro.
good work on the videos, the live stream.
Have a good one.
And I didn't see that yet, but I'm gonna put that on when we jump off. But the video was dope. And make sure y'all subscribe to my man channel, Sports Vibes TV. You know what I'm saying? He's super dope content. This dude is not just a random Knicks content creator. You know what I'm saying? My man puts a lot of thought into this stuff, and you can tell. So shout him out on social media to try to grow his social media footprint on all the social media platforms, and make sure y'all subscribe to the channel and press that like button, and still have one of the dopest intros in the game. I'm so jealous. I saw my man intro. I was like, I talked to Dan Johns. I was like, yo, this dude intro blowing me out the water, dog. Can I use y'all joint? You know what I'm saying? So shout out to my man. We'll holler at you later, man. Thanks for coming through.
Thanks, Freezy. I appreciate all that. Salute to the chat. Salute to the panel.
Yeah, man.
You guys enjoy the rest of your night.
Stay safe, bro.
Peace.
You know, I had to go because I told you I had these kids out here partying.
Right.
I think over here playing that black person knock game. I can't say it on live.
Right.
Live, the word that I want to use.
Right.
We all know that game.
Appreciate you.
We all know that game.
Yeah, appreciate you, man, for keeping it rated G. We try to stay rated G.
Out here knocking on people's doors, running away.
Yeah.
You gotta go out there, man. Be that get off my lawn type of cat. You're getting up there in age, Kev.
Man, these days be carrying. I ain't got time for all that.
Yeah, man.
No, I see it. I mean, I'm only 26, but like some of the stuff I used to do when I was 16, 17.
Man, you 26? God, man, you old as hell. What's going on with the age?
I'm getting old, bro.
He's old?
Yes.
He's youngish as ish. Like, bro, he's 26.
26. That's crazy.
Bro,
well, what I was getting at was like
I was 26 still.
Being a car guy.
26. What?
No, I'm saying I'm starting to realize that I'm hitting closer to my 30s. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like some of the stuff I used to like doing, like I used to love like having the loudest car.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mm.
And like now I be in my car. I be in my car and I'm trying to change it up a little bit because it's too loud for me anymore.
So I'm gonna ask you this real quick, and then I'm gonna get back to the next talk.
Yeah.
So I'm searching for a 68 GTO.
Yep.
Right. So that's what I'm searching for.
Yeah.
The only reason why I don't have one yet is because I don't know if I can afford the classic car insurance.
Oh, bro, no, Condon Skelly.
Okay.
Condon Skelly insurance. Look them up. I had for my '93 for my Fox body, my drag car. Well, it's a drag. I drag race it all the time, but I drive it on the street sometimes.
Right.
I valued it at $30,000, and it's $250 a year.
Oh,
no
wow.
mileage restriction. Condon Skelly. CONDON Skelly.
Okay.
SKELLEY. Look that up. I swear, they'll work. They'll ask you what you think your value is,
right,
when you buy the car,
right,
and they'll give you a quote, and it's so fair.
And that's what it running like. So there was this movie for those in the chat, and I promise you we'll get back to Knicks talk. I promise you. So there was a movie that came out a few years ago with Vin Diesel, a movie called Triple X, right? And I saw the GTO there, right? And I thought it was the most beautiful thing that I had ever seen in my life. And Miss Mocha got mad. She was like, "Dog, you told me." And I was like, "So whatever, whatever."
When it comes to buying cars and you got a boss, like I'm engaged, and
damn. So you 26 and you engaged?
Yeah, I got my own.
Yeah,
house.
you gonna be an old man.
5 years, I got a lot going on.
Yeah, you're gonna be an old man soon.
I got a 5-year-old and I'm 26. So yeah, I might be young, but I still have a 5-year-old son. Like I'm 5 years into the dad life. You know what I mean?
And he's the boss too, by the way. We saw him earlier.
But he, like, as cars go, you with the boss, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Right.
For cars. You
right.
know what I mean? Go get that thing and then apologize.
Right, because the thing is with and I'm gonna just say this last thing, and I'll get back to how Legion of Knicks want to go at Kev W. With the 68 though, I don't want to get one. I don't want to go to an auction and buy one in pristine condition. I want to just buy one, just find one, and just fix it myself. That'll be like my project. I guess if we ever get to like once we get to 25,000 subscribers or something like that, I might spoil myself. But until then, you know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna grind every day. Like I'm trying to do 2 live streams and do Knicks versus like twice a week until we get to about 25,000 subscribers, and then I'll go ahead and spoil myself and get that work on that GTO. I don't want to spend. Y'all know I'm a cheapskate. Y'all see my microphone, right? You see my microphone is taped, right? Mm-hmm. Y'all know I'm a cheapskate. So anyway. What I wanted to get to is this conversation about the Tom Thibodeau point guard. I just because we have this weird thing of saying that Tom Thibodeau will work with anybody, but I think my man has a wish list on what he wants from that position. You know what I'm saying? Because he gives me the impression that he can make chicken salad out of anything, but at the same time, I feel like if you cornered him and asked him what he wanted, he would tell you that he wants a specific type point guard, and I think Knicks fans are going to be upset if we get the number 1 pick and don't take Cade Cunningham. So I see those things coming to a divergent point, and I want to warn Knicks fans before the car crash actually happens. No pun intended.
I don't think we're gonna get the number 1 pick. I think we should go for Suggs.
Suggs is all right.
What?
Get him, Legion.
You guys don't watch these games, man. And then you guys get up here and then you get mad when other people bring up the draft. Like, for you to say it, Suggs is all right. Even if you don't like Jalen Suggs personally, but it's like to say he's all right. He's probably the best natural point guard in the game. Or at one point, to say why don't you like? Because I think you BSing. Why don't you like Jalen Suggs?
Because he's not Cade.
Hey, so first of all, I do watch. I watch the Legion of Knicks podcast when you do the watch-alongs.
I have not done a watch-along for Jalen Suggs in a while. Why don't you like Jalen Suggs, Breezy?
What I'm saying is I saw the game. Was it West Virginia or Virginia? I forget.
I didn't do watch-along, but that was weeks ago.
Yeah.
Why don't you like Jalen Suggs? I want because you guys get on. If it's me, Nick G, y'all got on Coach Colorblock. If we mention anything about these guys, okay, and we tell y'all why we like these guys, we don't like these guys. But then y'all can get up here, and no one kills y'all for it. So explain why Jalen Suggs is not good.
I'm trying to figure out who is the y'all. You know what my stance is. I refuse. I refuse to be like, this season doesn't matter. And
that's not what it is.
I'm already looking for a top 5 pick next year because I'm not even worried about what's going on in the rest of these 60 games. Because I know we're going to lose.
Kevin, let me help you out. You're behind because you know why? The Knicks are doing it. Every GM, every team has their scouts already there for the past 2-3 years.
Yep.
Checking out which players. There are people right now who are analyzing Chet Holmgren and Imani Bates. And those guys will not be drafted in this upcoming draft. So when people try to put other people down because it's not that I want us to tank, but you have to be okay. If we don't do this and this would be available. If we do this and this would be available. Right? Okay, put it like this. You know what's funny? You're thinking Kevin is a reason why we have Kevin Knox, is the reason why we have Frank Ntilikina.
Yeah.
The reason why we because you know why? If we actually had people who did the proper homework on these draftees and they made proper decisions, you would have picked Donovan Mitchell over Frank. You probably would have picked Mikal Bridges or SGA, excuse me, probably one of the better upcoming young point guards if you did your proper homework on him versus, I got convinced at a one-on-one between Knox and Miles Bridges. So to sit here and to implicitly demonize those who focus on the draft, that's wrong. I can multitask.
Here's my thing. If I worked in an NBA front office and that was my job, that'd be different. But I'm a fan of the Knicks. So it's not my job to scout other players. That's the thing. It's not my job to scout for the team that's not going to listen to my input in the first place.
Why can't wait? They're not listening about your Knicks input now, so it doesn't matter. You giving Knicks, we all giving Knicks things
when
that
you
no
said it's y'all reason, I said my reason. I was specifically talking about me. When you said it's y'all reason, I said no. This is my reason why I don't pay attention. That's all I was saying.
Okay, fair enough. You don't pay attention because fair enough. So Freezy, what's your reason why you don't like Jalen Suggs?
I never said I disliked him.
You just Freezy. Now you're trying to change it.
No. I said he's all right. I said he's all right. Rewind the tape. I was like, yeah, Jalen Suggs.
Tape, Freezy. Don't let me. I'm playing.
Yeah, rewind the tape, and you'll see when it comes to Jalen Suggs. I say he's all right.
All right, I'm playing it right now.
Right. Right, and so I like the scoring machine kid, the kid that looks like J.R. Smith, Jalen Green. Is that his name, Jalen Green?
Yeah, I think I see you.
That's
Jalen Green.
Yeah, I think I could see a future of Jalen Green and Emmanuel Quickly in the backcourt.
You just say like J.R. Does he remind you of J.R. Smith?
No, I'm talking about in certain. I don't mean long term. I'm talking about like
we don't want another Henny God.
No, we don't.
So your words were he was all right. Enough. You didn't say you didn't like it, but you said he's all right.
Yeah, that's what.
You said Jalen Suggs is all right. I just want to put that out there.
If he was all right, if he was just all right, he wouldn't be a top 5 pick.
No, but everybody's gonna have a different opinion. But what I am saying is, I never said that I dislike Jalen Suggs.
You did. You did. I apologize for that. You said he's all right. So why is he all right?
Just why? I reserve the right to gather more data.
But you said it. So why did you make that assessment on somebody you don't know?
That he's all right?
Yes. You don't know how he is. If you don't know much about him, why would you say he's all right?
Because I think he's all right, man. I'm not gonna say so. So for instance, I'm looking at Tankathon right now. So Tankathon has Cade Cunningham number 1 overall to the Detroit Pistons, Evan Mobley number 2 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Tankathon is so crazy. Jalen Suggs number 3 as a point guard, shooting guard at 6'4", 205 to the Washington Wizards. And wow. The Oklahoma City Thunder they're projected to have the 7 and the 8 pick. Wow, that's crazy. And so the Tankathon has the Knicks projected to take a kid named Jaden Springer out of the University of Tennessee. He's 6'4", 204. That's interesting.
That's a nice digression from the Suggs. Listen, you think you're slick, Freezy. I see your game. Because you know what? You guys do this. When it's me, if it's Nick, if it's Cole, y'all automatically assume, are you worried about the... It's like, no, you can multitask.
Nick G's not doing advanced scouting. Nick G's not doing it. Nick G's not doing it.
Nick G.
I am Freezy.
Nick G puts me onto almost every informative freaking podcast that's been out there.
Right.
We literally, and mostly him, because he's probably I have all the games saved up, but he's probably watching these games. And we literally, like today, UK, we're literally ishing on Brandon Boston, we're watching these games, but we're not rooting for the Knicks to lose. And the thing about this draft is that the Knicks can do relatively good, right? And still pick a very good talent in this draft to not be informed. Because again, there are many people who might fall in between weird cracks. Like Jalen Green, Nick G, great point by Nick G. He might fall because there's I think there's going to be G League now, right? So, or G League season. I don't know. Will they vote on it?
Yeah. The G League. One thing about the G League select team is, like, what is it? A week and a half ago, for the first time, we just saw G League select game highlights off the NBA website. Mm-hmm. So imagine Cade Cunningham is going crazy. Evan Mobley is going crazy. Suggs, all of them going crazy. And for the first time, the G League select team just started showing highlights. So like when it comes to like what's most present in your mind is what is more valuable. Jalen Green may drop because we're not watching him enough.
Right.
That's the one thing that I said, that with this draft, it's so talented, and like I like the fact that we won games and we look competent to some degree. Yeah, there's some things that's missing that I think could improve. I think quickly will take over, but it'll take time. Like he has to be built up, and then like drafting any of these guys, Cade, whoever, it just makes us better. Like because we lack talent. We're going crazy over people. There's the fact that there's a Frank Ntilikina hive or a Kevin Knox hive is preposterous. They're role
First
players.
of all, call them by their official names.
Okay.
So the Knoxers,
the Ntilikina,
something right here.
No, the Frankers.
This is why it doesn't make any sense to me, right?
Oh, you just started up the Knoxers. I can't. I'm the kind of person like, because I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know where we're going to fall to sit here and talk about Cade Cunningham, because I want to believe that we're going to be too good not to get Cade Cunningham. So my focus hasn't been on Cade Cunningham.
Okay, Kev.
So I hear all these people, let's pay for Cade, but it's like, even if that's the case, I still don't think we're going to be bad enough. I hope that we're not going to be bad enough. And maybe it's me. Maybe I'm just an optimistic person who was like, I don't want to think about the lottery. Why is that such a bad thing to be like, I want this team to be good. I want to believe that's good. And, if I just wish it into existence, I guess, and not worry about it after, not even 20 games into the season, then,
okay. So here's the easy thing.
I love the New York Jets. I love the Jets.
Oh, I feel sorry for you.
And at the beginning of the season, I was like, you know what? We're going to have a top 3 pick this year. I feel it in my bones. No,
y'all are not.
I didn't.
No, y'all are not. Kev, y'all are going to trade for Deshaun Watson. That pick that y'all just got, y'all are going to trade that to Houston for Deshaun Watson.
You thought we were going to have a top 3 pick as the season goes on. What did that change? Because we have the number 2 pick. So
I know. What I said was, when the season started, I didn't think we were going to have a top 3.
Oh, you didn't?
No. But as the season went on, I was like, oh crap.
If you hold up, and I'm not saying that all these guys, but literally, if you looked at the Jets roster, if you take into account that Adam Gase is a terrible coach, and the fact that you had a GM in Joe Douglas who basically came over from the Eagles, who was basically made know like, hey, I'm going to take over this team, and lo and behold, he's basically taking over the team. He's not allowing not say he's not allowing, but the owners give him control. You'd be like, all right, they're probably going to clean out this team. They're probably going to end up with a top 3 pick. That's just analysis. That has nothing to do with hope. Like, bro, we are too old to be hoping that the Knicks can do something. Like, if the Knicks came into the season when they had Nate Robinson, Channing Frye, and David Lee, I said, this team ain't going to go they ain't going nowhere, right? You could just see it. They don't have the talent. So to sit here and to be hopeful, that's just
it's not even okay, let me rephrase. It's not being hopeful, it's seeing something. Like, you can see something in all these college kids who've never ever played a minute of NBA basketball to say they're going to come in and change them, and they're going to be talented, because we haven't seen, like I said the other night, there's 60 picks in the NFL in the NBA draft. 60.
Mm-hmm.
How many of those in a common year actually hit?
In a common year, 5%.
Yeah. So we're sitting here talking about, let's look at a draft, and it's like, well, there's no guarantee because every year there's talented kids,
right? Because Kevin Knox was talented, and we thought we was getting something.
And it's like every year, no, but it's like every year, it's talented kids coming in. But it's like there's a very good chance that these kids aren't going to hit. So why am I would rather have my focus on, let's get the kids that we have right. Because clearly obviously they're talented in the NBA, so I guess they had to have some kind of, I hate when people say that they don't have talent because they're in the NBA, so they have talent. Right. I couldn't beat not one NBA player.
But Kevin, here's how I know you're lying, right? Yes, you are. Because when we had the Kevin Knox arguments, right, before the season started, right, your main basis was pointing to what he did in college and what he's done the past 2. And you used to point out to what he did in college, right? Why couldn't it have been that the Knicks drafted a kid from college? Because you just said that we don't know what these kids are going to be from college. And the first 2 years, I mean, you saw a little bit in the rookie year, but again, you were basing stuff off from college. Kevin Knox has still has not had the so-called level of success like he had in college and NBA level. So why were you basing any of your evaluation with college when he hasn't outside of his rookie year in the December or whatever? But he wasn't even playing that way. It's just your boy Fizzle just let them play, right? And he hit off a line. He kind of showed some in December in the early part of years. But again, you used to use college. Like why do we do? No one's saying that these guys are going to come in and dominate. Obviously, the draft is a crapshoot. But in a year where there are literally a bunch of guys who are projected, and many years this doesn't happen, right? It doesn't happen like this, where people compare to 2003, 86, whereas like experts are saying, this year there are talented players. Some years it's like, Evan Turner, whatever. You know what I mean? This draft or last draft, 2 guys, Zion and Ja. After that, nosedive. And they said this, but this year they're saying, there's a lot of talent. No one's saying that these guys are going to say, but why not just look into, this kid might be good. And the funniest thing is that if you think the Knicks are going to be good or decent enough or whatever, I don't know about to make playoffs, the Knicks can still be good and you could still land a transformational pick if you pick right in the draft.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, you pick Jokic in the second round. I'm talking about you pick somebody at 18.
I'll be right back, y'all.
And it can still be beast.
Like, if you think about it, if you like, even though, like, let's say the fans, like myself, I consider myself an optimist and someone with hope. But as someone who, like, we've all been around the game, right? If you want your team to be good, you have to hope, and you want to hope they're good. You don't just want to hope that they do good in the season. You want to hope they do good in this upcoming draft. You want to hope they do good in this upcoming free agency.
Exactly.
If you just focus on one thing, you're doing yourself a disservice as a fan. Like, you want to hope that I want to hope my Knicks somehow make the 7 to 10 play-in, but at the same time, I hope that our lottery odds go okay. Like if we had a lottery pick, I hope the Mavs lose every game, so their draft pick's as good as it can be, and I hope we get 2 studs with our first-round picks. Even if they're not studs, if they're great, like let's say they're good role players or solid starters, that helps the team.
Yeah, you might pick the kid from we might pick late. Say we get our second pick, and you pick that kid from UConn. The guard, I can't freaking forget his name. The athletic guard from UConn.
Okay.
Lord, I can't remember his freaking name. Right, as an attacking combo guard, something like that. He comes in, he fits nicely. I'm just saying, you to sit here and to not is just because we're focused on the college ranks,
James
not
Bouknight,
the Knicks. And again, I just love is just like we sit here. Honestly, this sounds crazy. People are gonna kill me. One of the worst things that happened to the Knicks fan base in regards to this team and what the new regime is trying to do in terms of develop players, that we won too many impressive games.
I honestly think that's a good thing though, because if we take it the right way, like if you can sit there and say
making the playoffs, dogs, but people.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is if you can take it that way, right, and you see a little bit of improvement in like the way we can win some games we're not supposed to win. If we can play a certain way, like last year's team would have got blown the heck out by the Bucks, right? More than likely. But we played a solid game against them. That shows improvement. We've seen improvement in guys like our young prospects.
I'm with you, Zach.
But that doesn't mean if you thought that the Knicks were a finals contender, we all know they ain't win no championship. We all know they ain't doing all that. So, like, as fans, we can hope and make the playoffs. But you can hope all these things. But you know that what I feel hopeful for is that I can see change in the organization.
But you could get development even with these guys losing, like we've seen.
Right.
There have been games, and I'm not saying you lose on purpose. Obviously, you try to win. But we lost yesterday. RJ Barrett probably had one of his most efficient game.
Most efficient, yeah.
Quickly looked good.
But that's development.
3 points. This wasn't RJ Barrett. Oh, he took 2 shots and he was, good. He scored a solid 20 points. He was pushing the ball around. Looking like, I'm not saying he is this, but he showed glimpses of he could possibly be a secondary ball handler, right? Or a playmaker, excuse me, right? Not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying he showed glimpses of it. There have been games where Mitchell Robinson, again, the guy has not fouled out this season. The guy's averaging 30 minutes a night. The guy's defensive field goal percentage is is lower than his opponent's average field goal percentage elsewhere. That's good defense. Granted, he's been killed by guys like Embiid and
Jokic.
But you're seeing improvement. So again, quickly as a combo guard, people tell me he's a point. He's not. I don't think he's a point guard. He's a combo guard. He's an attacking combo guard. Fair enough. Who could do a little bit of everything, right? In terms of what guards, 2 guards, 1 guard.
And that's where the league's kind of going, is a lot of combo guards.
And that's fine. But guys, like, Vegas is not dumb, because if Vegas was giving out bad bets, right, too many people may be making money. Now, I don't think it's going to be 22 wins. I have 25 wins as my max. But this team right now, a team that literally largely depends on Randall on both sides of the court, where on the other side defensively, he's usually burned out. Because if one, they're playing man, which puts more stress on his body. 2, he doesn't have really anybody else really to protect him consistently on the front court, where they can stop their guy and make it a lot easier from the weak side, right? We're not going to the players' weak. So again, why not focus on every aspect of the game?
And what you want to see out of a team that's not going to make the playoffs is are they going to be? No, what I'm saying is like, gee, if you like. Most of the fan base probably does agree that obviously we're not winning a championship with Randall, and more than likely it's a Hail Mary that this roster around Julius, I like Julius, but with Julius as your best player in this supporting cast, your best hope is that 10th seed, 7 to 10 play-in. I mean, and that's if everything goes right. But what I would want to see out of this team in the beginning of the year, of course, I want my team to have some magical run like Linsanity, but you want the team to be in most of the games.
Yeah.
Get competitive basketball, like instead of just getting blown out by good teams. Be in it with a good team. See what they got. See what it takes to play at that level. So the guys, the prospects that are on the team after this year that we keep, get some shred of competitive basketball.
I'm sorry, Kevin. I'm picking on Kevin. Said nothing about Kevin Knox. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at Kevin Wright's face. And I feel bad because it's just he's like, what is that?
What in the chat?
Anything about Kevin Knox, man? Just leave him alone, man.
I mean, no, I was just saying, like, I don't know anything that I said that had to do with Kevin Knox whatsoever. And they're like,
someone said that in the chat. And
I was like, what does that have to do with Kevin Knox at all? Like, I literally have said nothing about him whatsoever.
To bring up something positive about Kevin Knox, right? Like what we've seen. I'm not doing.
And this is from Sima Singh.
No,
this is from him. I can't believe that he would even. I was like, that's why I had to respond, because I'm like, what did I even say?
To look at something, and Kev, you know this, like respect to you, but you know we've gone at it to each other about Kevin Knox, right? You know my feelings about him a lot, but you see something different out of him this year. A lot of times he comes into a game and we're not looking so hot, and he hits a couple of big threes. Like he didn't always hit that like shot that like stop a run or do that like. Things I've seen in him are getting better. Things I've seen
in the corner. He's only been consistently hitting threes. He's shooting 60% from the corner threes.
I understand that, but I'm saying there's times in a game where normally our team would have folded, where they start making a run and fight at least, and we're in a game at the end. I like seeing that, but I also you got to scout. You got to look at players. You got to know what's going on in free agency, who's on the trading block. You got to know all this stuff if you want to build a good team. Because why do they pay scouts? So sit there and watch the games. I'm not worried about it.
Because Zach, guess what? If we put like this, say we make the 10 seed, right? Mm-hmm. We lose first round, whatever. And fair enough. I'm not saying
a pretty much glorified wild card.
How the hell do you think we're gonna make this team better?
Exactly.
How you make?
How is it not going to be free agency because the free agency market is kind of dead.
I thought you were asking me what the playoff how would reaching that make our team better?
The avenues of and then also the trades that people are thinking of, bro. We literally you'd have to mortgage our whole future because let me just be clear. Our most valuable player is Randall, and you can't think of a team, at least a playoff team. Say this is before. Well, again, you wouldn't do it at the train, but I don't think there's a contending team that would say, "Yo, we need a front court guy." Where basically what we see with New York, where you kind of build around like a Jokic type of situation. We got our whole team to acquire Randall, a team that has already been in the playoffs. We acquire Randall and then build around him like that. Like
because no contending team's going to gut their team to get a player. I mean, Randall, I give him so much props because he's playing so much better. But yeah, no one's gutting their team to acquire Julius Randle that's any good.
Exactly.
So the only way to refresh the well, right, is going to be through the draft. And you gotta look, and the more picks, the better, right? We're in the opposite of the Celtics position where we just need to get as much talent as possible, and we think about it later. You know, no, obviously think about it now, but I'm just saying, just get as much talent as possible. Right. Refresh this team. If they're redundant,
also you want to try your best to be competitive too. Like you want to try to make that 7 to 10 play. And even if we're the 10th seed, that's like a wild card, like in baseball, right? Yeah. Like a one game playoff almost.
We'll see tomorrow.
That gives you meaningful games. You know what I mean?
You'll see tomorrow.
It gives you meaningful games, and players playing meaningful games can help out their cause. It can help your development as a player. So that's what we got to look at. We got to look at trying our best to win games, and if we, end the draft scouting players, because free agents don't come here that are worth anything. We're getting Nerlens Noel and Alec Burks is always hurt, and like guys come here to get out. It's almost like a JUCO football team. They come here to get out, and
I want to add.
It trades. If we trade somebody, like I heard people try to say, give up picks for Victor Oladipo, who's on his last year of his contract.
You don't do that.
Yeah, give up like
you're not on the cusp
Andre Drummond or this and that. Like Andre Drummond might help the team right now, like a little bit better at center, but he's not going to win you any championships. You got to look.
That's the majority of Knicks fans that I've come across, I guess, just on the internet. Very short-sighted. I've heard fire Tibs and people,
Tibs is a great coach. I'm sorry. He's a great coach.
Dunbar called in today, Anthony Dunbar, and he was like, how has Thibodeau improved these guys? And I gave him all the ways that individual players improved on the team, right? Gave him Kevin Knox, said Randall, RJ Barrett has most efficient game. He's shooting a lot more corner threes, even though he's doing worse versus last year. I pointed out Mitchell Robinson. It's like, it's like, and he tried to discredit. It's like, well, you guys aren't watching the game. All you guys are watching are wins and losses. You can have a team that wins a lot, and the young players aren't developing. Like if Burks was here and said we had some other veteran shooters, and we just went with them, and we just scraped to get into the 10th seed, and Knox wasn't getting burned, and RJ wasn't getting burned, or that how are you developing as a team if you're literally winning by the skin of your teeth with veterans? Some of these guys are not going to be here next year. You know what I mean? So
I think part of that anger is blind anger because we're so tired of this rebuild that doesn't end.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that was old regimes. That was the past. And I know that's so repetitive because of how many organizational crap. Like how this organization's been horrible for a long time. Let's be honest. But this guy, Leon Rose, seems a little different. The people he's hired has seemed a little different. Thibodeau didn't forget how to coach. He's at the top 10 in record, 560 something or 530, whatever it is. He's one of the best winning percentages of all time. He knows how to win games. He didn't forget how to win basketball games, and he's gotten the best out of certain players. I'm sorry. He's not like he's a bad coach. He's not Greg. People were acting like he was the best coach ever when we were 5-3 and 5 losses later, they want him gone. Like he forgot the coach.
The thing is that like people, I think Kevin Wright has this notion. Like when I said we were the worst team in the league, and then you mentioned that have I seen Chicago or what does Orlando have?
What's Chicago's record?
Chicago is 4-8 right now.
Okay, what's Orlando's again?
1 win better than them.
Yeah.
I mentioned Orlando is a better team today than they were before. It's because like the league doesn't stand still. Like we have to continuously try to get better and better and better. And unfortunately, like we have to. Look at Manchild right now. Tibs coaching style is outdated. It's not about it being outdated. We just don't have the talent to compete from a night-to-night basis.
That and guys sitting on a couch or sitting wherever we sit and streaming. We might know our basketball, right? But none of us could go. I challenge any of you, and myself included, to go and do Tom Thibodeau's job better.
It's tough.
Think if you can, because he's making millions for a reason. He's been where he's at for a reason. Every NBA coach is there for a reason. But they know they forget more basketball than we know. I can sit there on the couch, and clown some 4'4", 40 wide receiver for dropping a pass. Like, you're pathetic, but can I do it?
So
you know what I mean?
But the thing is like we are just being emotional. Like the emotional part, like when you look at the team objectively And I said it from the beginning. The main reason why we were going to lose games was because Elfrid Payton's our starting point guard. That was the main reason. I said, worst team in the league, Elfrid Payton, done. And everyone got on me. Quickly, he's got it. And then quickly had bad games. And then everyone,
which a rookie is going to have. They're going to have bad games.
Exactly, because they're rookies. And it takes time. Like, when we talk about regimes and stuff like that, it takes 5 years to rebuild a team, like truly rebuild.
20-something if you're the Knicks.
Essentially is in the same place that Jamal Murray was in his rookie year. We had Jamal Murray playing behind Emmanuel Mudiay. Emmanuel Mudiay was the starter.
Gee, what kills me about guys like, okay, I know RJ Barrett has his flaws, but I'm a huge fan of his work ethic and the way he approaches the game. Guys kill him so much. Gee, can you remind me how Tracy McGrady started his career?
Terrible. First 2 years.
He was bad for the first
how
2
Kobe
years.
Bryant started his career?
Bad for the first 2 years.
But what did those guys have?
Work
ethic that was unmatched.
Yeah.
An attitude, a good attitude towards the game. They were coachable. I mean, say what you want about Kobe being a certain way, but he was coachable. If you knew what you were doing and you were helping him, he was going to listen to you. RJ Barrett, I'm not saying he's going to be Kobe. I'm not saying he's going to be T-Mac. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if Knicks fans had Kobe or T-Mac or guys like that for the first couple of years of their career, they would have been out of the league. They would have ran them out of New York.
I want to hit on something Sherwin just said. Sherwin just said, Quickly is not a point guard. He can't make his teams better.
Most players aren't point guards anymore in today's league. They're not true point guards.
But I just want to hit the point because one thing has to be said. Elfrid Payton is more prototypical of a point guard. He gets the assists, right? But the problem with his game, because he can't shoot, everything else for everyone else is shut down because everyone knows to play the passing lanes. Everyone knows to give him space. When they guard Frank Ntilikina or Elfrid Payton on the front line, this is another reason why Frank can't be a point guard. They back 4 to 6 feet away from Frank, clog the lane. From Elfrid Payton, they clog the lane, and they give him the shot. Then,
like they used to do with Andre Roberson,
they play the passing lanes, and he can't make the pass. Now you have to bring Quickly in, which has been happening. When they go zone, they have to bring Quickly in immediately, and then you immediately see the team and also the spacing just open up. They are actually shooting more corner threes this year and also three-pointers, which is another thing that I disagree with Freezy on specifically. We're shooting more threes than we've done in the past, like 30 plus per game. Mm-hmm. They're wide open in general, and we just can't shoot. Quickly needs to learn the offense. It's not so much that he can't run offense. He needs to learn it. He's just starting. He's like he's in hour 1 of his NBA career. It takes time.
And then you got if you want to go for guards that like Trae Young, I love when people say people got to be more like Trae Young, this and that. Trae Young is literally the worst defender in basketball.
Well,
I get that you still need defense, and it's not as defense still is how you win some basketball games. But it's not like there's the era of the three and all that. But you still need a point guard. If you want a winning basketball team that can at least play defense sometimes, that if you need a stop can get one. And Trae Young has not been to the playoffs. Trae Young is not. I don't think he's ever going to win a championship as the best player on a team. But so what do we want? Do we want a guy that's going to sell tickets and sell jerseys and get a bunch of buckets, or do we want guys that are going to win championships?
But Zach, think about this too. Trae Young has the ball in his hands all the time, and his teammates don't like him. It's been reported already that his teammates do not like him.
But and then there's even guys like Steph Curry. Yeah, he's not the best defender, but there's been times where he can at least get a stop if he needs to, or grab. That's you need guys who can play some sort of shredded defense, and these guys that just look flashy and just shoot a bunch of threes. And while he's great at what he does, He will never win a championship being the best player on a team. I'm sorry. Like it won't. And if it happens, I'll admit I'm wrong. But I really, truly believe he will never win a championship as the best player. James Harden, as the best player on his team, what happened?
I just feel like, and one of the
they
things
completely embraced analytics in Houston, and what happened?
I want to say something to Kevin Wright's point about basketball and looking towards the draft. When I look at the draft, I'm just looking at the team right now and just looking at what we need and the avenues that we could get it, whether it be by trade, whether it be by just development, or whether it be
maybe a free agent that's out
draft.
there, a free agent that could help right away.
Exactly. So
like a cheap guy you could bring in and have a spark. Yeah, things like that.
All those things is what I look at. Like there's times that I think about what's his name? Alonzo Trier. There's times that I think about
Alonzo Trier, cancer, man.
Well, but I'm just saying it from the standpoint of like, could he have helped this team right now? He is out there.
Yeah, he's a bucket. He's a bucket, that's for sure.
He is. And there are just times that I think, well, could he do what or be a replacement for Burke? It's just ideas. Just me saying Jalen Green makes people cringe because they think immediately with tank, soft tank, whatever you want to say, and just lose games or intentionally lose games. I'm just saying the team is bad. We have holes on our roster that needs to be plugged, and it's going to take time. And it's either we add a draft pick, which is the easiest avenue to go down, or we add a free agent, which is hard. But then also, too, are you willing to give up some of the young players to get some of the players on the team? And there's some of the players on the team, like are you willing to give up Frank, or are you willing to give up Knox, et cetera, et cetera? Like there are guys on this team that may not be here next year. Are we willing to give them up to get better?
Well, you just said kind of why you just answered the question of why aren't we making a whole lot of changes? Why aren't we doing a whole lot of things? Because they're trying to figure out what talent they got.
Yes.
And it's working in cases like Kevin Knox. He's proving himself to an extent on why he's could be an effective player on a team. What he's showing, you got guys, you're giving them the chance to show and you're trying to see as an organization, who am I going to keep on this team? Almost like when a coach gets fired and you hire a coach mid-season. Because this is kind of gives me that feel because he didn't have a full offseason or anything like that. It's almost like he's gotten a team that was already, there. He's trying to figure out what guys they're trying to evaluate their talent, figure out who they got, figure out who they're going to keep, who they want to move, what veterans can they bring back on the cheap if they want to, this, that, and the other. And that's why there's not been a whole lot of moves.
Yeah.
Who's competitive? Who's got that work ethic? Who is a consummate pro? Things like that. They're trying to figure out right now.
They also said that they're trying to do this 20-game evaluation. So we're getting closer to that 20th game.
Right. And we'll see.
Like Reggie Bullock is being given a chance. This is one of the things that
his chance didn't run out. I agree with Kevin on that one.
I'm with Kevin on this one. Like Reggie Bullock is done. I don't see him playing much longer. I do feel like Kevin Knox needs to start. That's more and more evident to me because when I see zone, I immediately go back to my high school training and even NBA camps that I've been to. You have to have a release valve. It's basically you're being constricted, and literally you need something that would release the pressure that's on the team or on the best player most of the time.
Yeah, it's so easy to beating if you're for me, instance, right? I coach high school.
Yeah.
And 9th and 10th grade. I'm not to varsity yet, but I'm still young. Anyway, when you go against a team, it is so easy. I start out man. If they can't shoot the ball, go to a zone.
Yeah.
They can't. It's easy. You can disguise. And if you can't shoot out of it, you're screwed.
You're screwed.
And the Knicks look like a team right now that's just that easy to figure out because they can't shoot and they can't break a zone at all. Like, they just
that
they haven't
starts with
shown they
Elfrid
can
Payton
yet.
too. Like when I see, okay, tell me this, Zach. When you see Randall get double teamed and he pass out the ball, or even that no
He's
one
making the
goes
right
to the
play.
ball,
He gets double teamed, he passes the ball, making a
But-
good right play.
like Elfrid Payton sometimes doesn't even go to the ball to get it from him. That's
No,
the
yeah.
thing.
When you're, what are you taught when your teammate's doubled or trapped?
Go to
Go
the
to him.
ball
Yes.
or move. Like
You fans, it's like, what do you expect him to throw some crazy cross court pass in the NBA falling away? Like, how many times has Randall had to get midair and like try to find someone on the fly?
yeah,
That's not effective.
yeah. Yeah, they have to have the IQ to actually go to the ball or make the play to help him out and become the release valve.
And let me ask
there's
you
a
this.
release
Let me
valve.
ask you this. I know
All
it's a transition league, right? I know everybody likes to run. And I'll ask Kevin this too. And I know you might not be able to do it every shot, but why don't players follow their shot ever? What are you taught when you shoot the ball?
So
I know
As a
not
person
everybody.
who has a shooter, this is why. And again, I hate to say it because I feel old because I was a shooter. Shooting is all about emotion, and it's about the catch, the release, and after the release. It's all a process, right? And so, as I've always said, the ball moves faster than man. So at the end of the process, because you had to follow through,
Yep.
takes time. Because if you, this is what you don't want to get in your mind. You don't want to chase the ball.
No, yeah, you're right. But
Because
what I'm saying is when you get like
because
a
if
shot,
you do that, you're messing up the entire form. Because you're thinking about, you start to lean forward because your body is starting to go forward.
I'm not talking, Kevin, hold on. Let me clarify. I'm not talking about like immediately sprinting to the hoop. I'm saying like when we get a miss, right? And it's a long rebound, dudes just be trying to get, like, you can go to the ball. Like I've seen Elfrid do it. He shoots the ball. And first of all, you're Elfrid Payton. You know it probably ain't going in. And you follow through and there's a brick and it's a long rebound. And other guys, you see him leaking out on defense. And he's a guard's like lazily walking over to get the rebound because they know guys ain't following their shot. If you know it's coming to you, go get the ball. Second chance points are valuable.
That's the philosophy of the coaching that's happening in the NBA period, where they don't value offensive rebounds as much as they used to.
But I'm saying they're still valuable.
They are.
Analytics might tell you one thing, but still there's things that the analytics might not 100% do justice to that are still effective to winning, is what I'm getting at.
I agree. I'm with it. I value rebounds. To me, I value controlling.
Look who just killed us on the offensive glass, the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah. And they're the number one stealing team. We didn't take care of the ball. Like all that stuff, those are the things that to me, like precision. Like I like to see crisp, precise passing every single
Fundamentals. Fundamentals are so lost in the NBA today.
It is.
It's sad. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then you got kids like, for my instance, when you coach kids, they watch the NBA and they think that's what's going to make them successful at the level they're at.
Yep.
It's like a constant chain that's just ruining basketball, in my opinion.
Matter of fact, look at Kentucky, our pipeline of talent right now. Kentucky has a bunch of AAU brats that don't want to adjust their game, and Cal is trying to get these kids to play defense, and they don't want to.
Exactly. This next generation of talent, I don't know, it's just going to go downhill as far as fundamentals are concerned.
Yeah.
Because I know there's some things that aren't like, you don't want everybody to go after the offensive rebound. I understand that. You want to leak out because you don't want people to kill you in transition. I understand that. But, I mean, come on. There's there's still fundamental things. Like if the Spurs, like with the Spurs, when it started to go that way, why they were still at least relevant in the playoffs was because they relied on their fundamentals.
Yeah.
They had mid-range guys, LaMarcus Aldridge, and they had, guys like that, and they still were effective because they relied on fundamental basketball.
I do want to ask y'all, what do y'all think about this matchup tomorrow against Orlando?
You in Boston?
Yeah, Boston.
Oh,
We're playing
Boston,
Boston.
Boston. Sorry, damn. Why am I thinking Orlando? It's because of NBA.
I think that's the next game. I think Orlando's the next game, right? After Boston, maybe?
Yeah, it is. It is.
But yeah, still, we're we're in.
You know-
Boston's one of those teams that has a modern coach, right? And Brad Stevens, but he also stresses fundamentals, like on defense and in his offense. Like that's a well-rounded coach. You know, that he's not just looking at analytics. He's not just doing one. His coaching style isn't just doing one thing great. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just trying to focus on just one thing. He's playing a well-rounded basketball game. And you have so much talent that Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum are a problem.
Yeah.
You know, here's the thing. This is why I look at Brown and Tatum. And here's my thing. Talent. When someone says, like when Nick G says a player has talent, right? And I say, what exactly is talent? Is that
because everybody in the NBA has talent, or they wouldn't be there?
Yeah, is saying someone has talent? Is that a quantifiable thing?
It's not.
What exactly makes Jason Tatum talented? I mean, because theoretically, he should be able to do what everyone else in the NBA can do. Can he jump higher or run faster? Because those are physical attributes, really. So it's like, what is talent exactly that makes someone better than someone else?
Kevin, I mean, that's a loaded question. I can try to answer it.
No, I mean, that's the point, because it is a loaded question.
See, you got guys that, first of all, I agree with. I think what you're trying to maybe get at is that everybody in the NBA is talented. Like everybody.
No,
in the
because
NBA
here's my thing.
there.
So let's look at this. So let's take Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, right? Mm-hmm. And then let's take R.J. Barrett and Kevin Knox, right? Theoretically,
because Bullock is the starter. Why Kevin Knox?
Because follow.
Anyway, go ahead, Kev. Go ahead. I'm following you, bro. Go ahead.
So theoretically, right? You could say that their attributes are similar, right?
It's not
attributes.
The attributes are not similar.
I understand what Kevin's going with this.
Why are they not the attributes? What do you know what an attribute is? Like the attributes are similar.
But what the thing is that they're just they're I think they're more fundamentally sound. I think they're work harder.
Because here's the thing, Nick G just wants to beat down his own players. Oh, they just suck. But it's like, no, their attributes.
Wait.
Everybody who's in the NBA.
Players. The only player I beat up is Alfred Payton.
The 15th man on our roster would clown all of us. And if they walked into a gym with a bunch of people that weren't NBA players, they would clown every single one. You know, pretty much like they're in the NBA for a reason. So it's
but you understand that what I'm trying to get at.
Yes.
Why is Jason Tatum? Is it their situation? Like if you switched them, right? Let's say you switched the pair, and you put Knox and RJ in Boston, and you put Tatum.
Well, first of all, they had a better team around them.
No, but exactly.
That's
exactly like
that's not just it.
That doesn't mean Kevin Knox is going to be better.
No. But listen, like if you switched them, do you really think like Knox and RJ would be better? Not on the same level as maybe Tatum and Brown are, but would they be better than what they are on the Knicks?
100%.
Yeah, 100%. They won't be, Kevin,
but they wouldn't be close to the level of Brown and Tatum. But Tatum and Brown wouldn't. You can argue that Tatum and Brown wouldn't be on their level or anywhere close to their level they're at now if they were on a bad organization and weren't, given the opportunities or the coaching that they were in Boston.
Okay, I want to answer your question, Kev. Number one, before Jason Tatum played a single game in this league, his talent level, his handles, his ability to create jump shots was way better than Kevin Knox.
But Nick, what he's saying is that he knows that they're better, but he's saying that RJ and Knox might have
ended up better players on the.
I understand that.
Organization.
No, but okay, let's look.
I understand that point, but the
But
point he's trying to make
hold on.
too is that if you swap places, that they will be just automatically better. I'm telling you, there's
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, would they be better than what they are in Knicks uniform?
I agree. I understand that part. I agree with. But what I'm telling you, there's attributes about their individual games that could either hinder or make them more successful. Kevin Knox doesn't create his own jump shot, not like Jason Tatum. It is not equal in that sense. There's limitations to Kevin Knox's game.
So this is now maybe I don't know because I'm a little bit jaded, right? Because
yes, you are jaded.
No, and I'll tell you why I'm jaded. And this is me breaking down like why I'm a Kevin Knox fan. Like how you say you
here we go.
What's the word I'm looking for? How you look at college players. What's the word I'm looking for?
Scouting.
Scout. Yes, I could not think of that word for the life of me. Right.
So sorry.
I sat down and I looked at Kevin Knox, right? Especially after his rookie season. And I took his rookie season in context. Like he was allowed to do a lot of things, right? Whether good or bad, he was still allowed to do it. So you saw Kevin Knox create his own shot. You saw that. Whether it was good or bad, you saw him do it.
Yeah, the effort was there.
And so you can't sit here and say he can't do something because we've seen him. Like I said, I have seen Kevin Knox, whether good or bad. Here's the thing, whether good or bad, I have seen Kevin Knox do everything offensively on a basketball court. So I'm not going to say, oh, he can't create his own shot. But it's like, well, no, I've seen Kevin Knox create his own shot before.
Not on the same level, man. Like it's
no, but here's the thing. There's a difference between being on the same level. I mean, you just came out your own mouth and said he can't do it. And that's not true.
Kevin.
I have seen with my own eyes Kevin Knox create his own shot. He did it.
Okay.
So if he's developed, if that skill is properly developed, why can't he do it at a more efficient clip? Because not that he can't do it, it's just he didn't do it efficiently. And those are two different things.
Okay, Kevin. The reason why I say what I'm saying is because Kevin Knox has a pathway where as a catch and shoot player, and which is one of the reasons why I think he's a start. He should be the starter.
I thought you were going to say
better off with other people creating for him. Jason Tatum from the beginning has been a player that has succeeded creating his own jump shot. Not saying that Kevin Knox can't absolutely in every situation not create a jump shot for himself. He could create a jump shot, yes, but is not on the same level. It's not a go-to for him. The go-to is catch and shoot. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, by and large, created most of Kevin Knox's jump shot.
Did you hear what Tom Thibodeau said today?
Oh,
in college. Then when he come back to
no, but I'm asking, did you hear Tom Thibodeau's press conference today when he was asked about Kevin Knox? Because it struck me as the most insightful thing that Tom Thibodeau's actually ever said about Kevin Knox.
Anyway, all in all, I had not watched it. No, I'll check it out.
Because here's the thing, but this is what Tom Thibodeau said about why he hasn't moved Kevin Knox to the starter yet. And he said that he's shooting very well, but what he wants to do and what they're trying to do is to get him to do more than just shoot. Okay. And I thought to myself, they know Kevin Knox can shoot. They need shooting, but yet they want him to do more, which means which I took it, it was just me just reading maybe too much in it, is that they know he can do more. And they want to see him do more than just catch and shoot.
Because if you're a coach, like I've had, and it's not the same level, you're way more developed when you're in the NBA than you are in 9th and 10th grade basketball. But I get guys that like I ask other coaches about, like that had him before, and they're like, oh, he's not good at this, he's not good at that, he can't do this, he can't do that. And it's coaches will put a limitation on certain players. But if you see some sort of potential there, you work with them. You work with him, and if Tom Thibodeau, right or wrong, whether he's right or wrong, if he thinks that Kevin Knox can do more, what he's trying to get at is he wants to see a little bit more improvement so that he's more well-rounded when he puts him in the starting position.
Well,
because Reggie Bullock's past the point where a coach is going to take him on as a project. He is what he is.
Yes.
Kevin Knox is still that same guy where whether it's right or wrong, whether you're delusional for thinking this or not, there is a point to be made where a coach can sit there and say, oh, man, I could do something with him. I could fix this guy. Like if the right coach got with him, I think he'd be better. I'm not saying he's going to be a superstar or a star or even, a solid starter, but you got to wait and see. As much as I kill Kevin Knox, and the reason I kill Kevin Knox as much as I do is because I in my opinion, from seeing him at Kentucky and from just what he brought to the table there, I know he can do more than what he's done, and that's what irritates me about Kevin Knox as much as anything is that I think his mindset's flawed. I think his confidence is flawed, and because a lot of the game is mental. I think he needs to work on the mental side of things more than.
See, that's the thing about that's what I disagree about because.
No, I'm saying
I'm not saying here's the thing about Kevin Knox's mental, and I don't know Kevin Knox, but this is just me guessing, right? So his rookie season, again, he was just allowed to do anything, right?
And that killed his confidence when it didn't work.
Had the reins, right? So, no, because that's not true. I don't think that killed Kevin Knox. Because if you remember,
that helped
going into the second season, right? Kevin Knox was confident. Kevin Knox was like, "Oh, I'm going to take RJ under my wing.
Yeah,
we're going to do this." So Kevin Knox going into his rookie season didn't kill Kevin Knox's confidence.
I'm saying it killed it because of what happened in his second year. That's what
his second year.
Yeah, because he went from being able to do one thing, and then all of a sudden, this new this coach comes in and is like, "Nope."
It wasn't even. It was the same coach.
I know that, but I'm saying.
And this is what I think it was. I don't think David Fizdale told Kevin Knox what he was doing wrong. Like, I really don't. Like, I don't think that David Fizdale was like, this is why I'm putting Marcus Morris ahead of you. Like, this is what I want you to do to get better. I don't think David Fizdale ever did that.
I don't think so either. I agree with you on that.
I think what Fizz to me, I think what made him as hot of a coaching prospect as he was is his ability to have superstars like him. Like when he was on the Heat as an assistant coach, you really think Spo was listening to him X's and O's wise or how to make players better? No, he was there to help keep guys motivated, keep guys engaged, and to have guys sing Kumbaya, a bunch of big egos.
Is that true? Because if you hear the reports from Memphis, the star players there didn't like David.
I know that, but I'm saying what I'm saying, what got him that before he was a head coach. I'm saying before he was a head coach.
Yeah.
So, but he was never an X's and O's guy, and he was never a player development guy because he was always on teams with like the Miami Heat with LeBron, Wade, and Bosh. You think they need developed at that point? No. But like you can't get a guy that isn't an X's and O's guy and isn't a player development guy to coach a rebuilding team. You need a guy that's going to develop players and who's going to be hard on them, but also like Tibs is more of a guy that's hard on players that he develops, but it works. And then there's guys that are more of stay in their ear, keep them confident, give them more reign. There's a bunch of different ways to develop players, a bunch of different ways to skin a cat.
This is the thing. Also, when I think about Kevin Knox, is the coaching staff is this. Let's take Frank, right? When Frank was playing, did you really see the coaches on Frank?
Then that's the problem.
Getting to Frank or talking to Frank?
Frank's the type where it seems like he can take hard coaching, and like you needed someone to give him like he's timid, right? So that type of guy you need, but he's timid, but he's coachable. You need guys that are going to give him a kick in the rear end, and
I feel like
stay in him.
I feel like Kevin Knox would take hard coaching.
It was his.
No, I'm saying
I
Frank.
remember this
Talking
one.
about
There was
Frank.
this one game, right, where Kevin Knox did something right, and they took him out, and Tom Thibodeau met him. Tom Thibodeau was on him, right, and then Kevin Knox went down the sideline, and Johnny Bryan was right there, and Johnny Bryan talked to him, right, and then Kevin Knox finished talking to Johnny Bryan, and he was about to go to his seat, and Mike Woodson was like, "No, come here and sit down. I'm about to talk to you." That's 3 different coaches in Kevin Knox's ear. I haven't seen that with. I said it with Quickly. I've seen them do it with Quickly.
Yeah.
You want to know why, Kev?
I've seen Johnny Bryant and Mike Woodson do that with RJ, right? But like with Frank, I haven't really seen them do it.
No one believes in Frank, man. Like,
What?
I don't see the talent in Frank to deserve that.
What do they tell you growing up when a coach is hard on you? What does everybody tell you?
I do it because I love you.
If the coach isn't in your ear, kicking your butt, or yelling at you and screaming at you, you have to be worried when a coach says nothing to you. That's what they tell you. You have to be worried when a coach says nothing to you because they don't expect anything from you. They don't expect anything better from you than what you already are. If a coach expects better from you, they're going to be on you constantly until you show it. That's a positive sign. In a way, they expect more from Kevin Knox than what he's proven to be. They expect more. They expect more from RJ. But they're not going to be in Frank's ear because they don't get the same things out of him.
I do believe like that is some of the things. Like Kevin Knox has potential to like I said, be the release valve because he could shoot. Catch and shoot. The kid is good. And I think it's better than Reggie Bullock. But then when you think about the fact that we need shooting and stuff like that, like if he needs to do more, as you said, Kevin, right? And that's what Tibs said, that he needs to do more on the court. So you got to ask, is it more on defense? Is it talking more? Is it like, what is it that he has to do to get to that point? Because to me,
that's where Kevin has to go to Tibbs, and they have to have that dialect.
See, that's the thing.
I think he does. I think
because if you remember going into the season, he was like, Thibodeau spoke to him all summer about the things that he needs to do to get better.
Yeah, but it's still got to be an open, like, updates. What do I see now?
I think they have that though.
No, I really do. I think they have that. This is what I think, and because it wasn't the fact that he wanted him to do more, is when he said he said that he can shoot well, but he wants him to do more. I took it as, okay, I know you can shoot, but I want to see you do these things more consistently. I want you to be more aggressive, more consistently. And when you do that,
then you get your chance.
That's when I'm going to I really think Tom Thibodeau just wants Kevin Knox to just take the reins.
Exactly. And you know what? You got to add that to Quickly too. Like Quickly, I think both of them by the end of the season, they're going to be starters. And the one thing is, like, Tom Thibodeau and the pace that he talked about, you didn't see it from the starters, the vets. But then when you looked at the young kids come in, they were running. They were out there gunning. And Obi Toppin is part of that too. Like, they were running with Obi Toppin in the game. Obi Toppin was taking threes. Obi Toppin has a long way to go to build his base up so he could. I don't know if you guys noticed that one play where Obi tried to post up Jetty Osman, and he couldn't move him.
That's sad.
And he immediately passed it out to Kevin Knox. And this is the beautiful part about Obi Toppin. Obi Toppin tried to actually move somebody in the post that was smaller than him and could not move him. But yet still he was good enough to pass out to Kevin Knox, and Kevin Knox hit the three.
But still, we drafted a guy who was a post-dominant player who can't post up Chetty Osman.
Well, no, but you can't. That's not a bad thing right now because he can build strength.
That's a terrible sign. I'm not saying he can't get better. He can't be in what we said, but that's a terrible tell.
I agree. It's maybe a bad tell. I just feel like he could develop it. It's like it's easier to develop strength, but that pass that he made to Kevin Knox was beautiful, and you can't teach that part.
That's the thing. Knicks organization and Knicks fans and Knicks prior regimes would see that and then tend to give up on a player.
I agree.
And other organizations, like Jason Tatum, we just said they're studs, right? Jaylen Brown's a stud. Don't act like they didn't have growing pains.
Yeah.
You know, don't act like they didn't have a bunch of things that they needed to get better at, even after year 2, year 3. Like, us as an organization tends to fail our players, in my opinion.
I agree. But and coming back to
and give this new regime time. Because what are they doing? They're giving the guys that they see potential in burn, but they're also doing it the right way. They're not rushing these guys.
You're not rushing.
They're not forcing them to play outside themselves in a game. Like a lot of us wanted to see Mitch shoot a bunch of threes or all of a sudden act like he can be Kyrie Irving with the ball. You know, with his handle that he supposedly worked on with his 5'7" friends at the YMCA and think he's going to do it in the NBA. You got to bring guys along slow. You can't just throw a guy out there and make him do something he's not comfortable doing for a whole game.
Yeah.
You can't just you have to stress it in practice and drill it, make it muscle memory. Make sure that when they get into a game, take nerves out of the equation because it's going to be burned in their brain and to the point where they're going to be successful at it.
Yeah. I just to this matchup tomorrow, I actually do think we might win tomorrow. Why? So it's because of our strength is their weakness. They don't really have like a point guard per se that I think is gonna just dominate tomorrow.
They got 2 wings that'll kill us.
So, but this is where the matchup on the wing. We could mitigate their wings. And
we are not stopping Jaylen Brown.
I know. I said mitigate. I never said
mitigating them.
So
like I said, Tatum's not playing.
Oh, he's not.
Tatum's not playing. Okay.
I thought he was playing.
So Mitch, this is where Mitch has to be healthy. If Mitch could limit drives to the basket, I believe that Randall is strong enough, good enough to actually beat a lot of what Boston has on defense. It's now for our wings and players to then shoot well. As long as we shoot well, we'll win.
Yeah, but that's say every game because they play such a zone. If we make our shots, we're gonna.
But we're
not going to because we can't make shots.
If they go zone, we have to go it quickly, and that's the way it's been going.
And we're on a 5-game losing streak.
Yeah,
like if Alfred Payton all of a sudden turns into Kyrie Irving, yeah, we'll win the game. Or guys, or Chris Paul, we'll win that game. But
wouldn't it be fun? I was reading this
if
looks like that Kemba Walker could make his season debut against us tomorrow.
Right. Oh my god! All right, well maybe
us.
Tap out. I'm gonna tap out then.
Well, it says if he does, he's gonna be on a minutes restriction.
Tap out then.
This is my thing. Even if he does play, his first game all season on a minutes restriction, I'm not really thinking Kemba's going to go off and be crazy and drop like 30 on us. So I don't think, it'll help them, but I don't think it's not going to be like the same Kemba Walker that
but they're probably
he played all season long.
I'm out there for this debut because we're like a minor league baseball team. You send your guy to the minors. Right. This is we're a get.
Here's the thing. I think the Knicks can win any game depending on
any given
how Tibs. Well, not any. Here's the thing.
Well, no,
depending on how Tibs uses his rotations. Like the more he plays, it's like the odds. Like the more he plays Alfred Payton and Reggie Bullock, does the odds just go down that we're gonna win.
I agree with that.
The less he plays him, I'm not gonna say we're win, but we have a better chance to win.
And have you noticed that he's playing them less?
Yeah, he is. Reggie Bullock is. I don't mind Reggie Bullock getting minutes. I hate the whole. Alfred Payton is the one, man. That's where it just falls apart for me, because he is just so bad. Like he would give you think about this. When he played for Phoenix, he averaged a triple-double for a month, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. He was like 11 points, 11 or 10 rebounds, and 11 assists in a month. And that team drafted DeAndre Ayton that year, the year after, or the draft. So they got the number 1 overall pick while he was averaging a triple-double. Like, that's how bad he could be.
Like, and also too, with Alfred Payton and Reggie Bullock, because Alfred Payton has been successful as a backup point guard, or he still wouldn't have a job, right?
True.
Reggie Bullock has been successful as a backup fringe role player. Sometimes he gets DNPs. Sometimes he played solid minutes in Detroit. Like, you know, he was a backup role at best. He was a backup.
Yeah.
When you put these guys in starters roles that aren't supposed to be there, they're going to show their weaknesses more and more and more. It's going to be so magnified. Like, Julius Randle is an anomaly because he was known to be this or that, and but it showed last year. It showed he wasn't a number 1 guy, and you can't expect a guy to be a number 1 guy after never doing that.
Yeah.
And he had growing pains, but his work ethic, he's gotten better. I'm not saying he's a cornerstone player or anything like that, but he's gotten better. Not everybody is going to be like that.
I think his contract is cheap enough to want to keep him.
But I just meant, like, you know, Alfred Payton isn't going to have this year as a starting point guard and then next year be a stud. Like, not everybody's going to be like Julius Randle in that aspect.
True.
You know, guys,
you
can't expect. We can't just go sign a guy who's been a back like Taj Gibson, for example. Like, recently, he was a starter at one point of his career, but now he's a backup at best. We can't start him and then sign him and then play him 30-something minutes a game and expect to win basketball games. You can't do that. But you have guys that, as a coaching staff, you see more out of. You see potential to be better than what they are right now. Young guys like RJ, Knox, Quickly, Obi, Mitch, guys like all that. You play them, you give them those minutes, and you try to give them a more extended role once they earn it because they have more potential.
True.
You already know what they are. You already know what they're going to be. Guys been in 7-8 years. Most of the time, there are outliers and rare anomalies, but most of the time, you know what you're getting out of a veteran, and you know what you're not getting.
You know, the thing about Reggie Bullock that kills me is this, and there's like, stats and the eye test can somehow point you in 2 different directions, right?
Agreed.
And what your eyes tell you might be different from what the numbers tell you, and so. They say Reggie Bullock, like, defensively is supposed to be like this really good defensive player, right?
Well, keep in mind, he had a really bad back injury. He had a really bad injury last year. He could still be working back from that.
Well, from my understanding, Reggie Bullock says it, and everyone, he's perfectly fine. That back injury is behind him. But then I see Cedi Osman kill him.
No, he's not a great player. No.
And I see other players, like, killing them. And I'm just like, I thought you supposed to be at least to hang your hat on being a 3-and-D. Like, if there's a definition of what a 3-and-D was supposed to be, it was supposed to be you, Reggie Bullock.
Now you see why he was getting DNPs when he was in Detroit.
And so it's like it's like one of those things. Like, your reputation is not preceding you in this situation.
Yeah. Because they're playing him way too many minutes, and they're starting him.
Like yesterday, there's no reason Reggie Bullock, after missing 2 games, came back, should have played like 31 minutes.
He could play all year and should never play 31 minutes in a single game. Because you guys agree with you probably agree with this, at least Kevin. You can see maybe a 5-minute spurt out of Reggie Bullock where he plays good basketball. Maybe 10 minutes. And guess what he probably averaged? Between 5 to 15 minutes. He might average more like on a bad team, but if he wants to be a solid role player for a solid team, he might get 5 minutes a game. 10 minutes a game.
I mean, I look at these players that people bring in, right? They want like Burks and Rivers and Bullock, right? And it's like, let's say Austin Rivers, right? For example, everybody's like, let's wait till Austin Rivers get back, and Austin Rivers is gonna do this.
Hey,
this.
Guys,
and I was like,
I'm getting off.
I think I'm
I'll
going to also.
I'm gonna keep on listening, but I'm getting off. All right.
But it's like Austin Rivers has been a role player. And so I'm not thinking that he's about to come in and like do anything crazy. But then everyone gets hyped because they saw Austin Rivers have like 14 straight points. And it's like, he's about to be a star. And it's like, he's going to play it. He's going to have spurts where he's good. Like any role player is going to have spurts. But what makes the difference between a role player and a star is a star can always do that.
I think the difference between Austin Rivers, like sort of the hype that Austin Rivers got, and like Reggie Bullock never got that hype that Austin Rivers did from us. I think it's because if you look who Austin Rivers, since he was drafted, the players he played behind, no one was ever going to make him a starter over those guys. So it was he was always a role player by default too, because he was playing behind Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, guys like that. But he had spurts where he got big minutes, and you see that he could score. Now, is he just a streaky scorer off the bench, or given the right opportunity, can he be something? And we're seeing real quick that he's a streaky scorer off the bench. You know what I mean? But can you understand the hype there? Like, obviously,
I do. But then I was like, well, no, I really feel like these players are going to show you that they're going to show you who they are.
Mm-hmm.
They'll have moments where there's like, oh man, like when he scored up 14 straight points, like, oh, look at this, he scored 14 straight points and helped us win. And it's like, I expect him to go 3 for 9 more than I expect him to hit 5 straight threes more often than not.
Pretty much almost every player in the league, you expect them to do that before they hit like 5-10 straight threes. That's an anomaly for most players.
Unless you're Steph Curry.
Exactly.
Or, an elite scorer like that. Yeah. Is he going to be in the 38, 39 3-point percentage range? Yes.
At least league average.
Yeah, league average.
35%, I think, is the league average. So I think he's been around that his whole career.
But
which is leaps and bounds better than Elfrid Payton, I must say.
Here's the point, like this. Do you know who's leading the Knicks in 3-point attempts?
I couldn't tell you, man. I couldn't tell
RJ Barrett.
Well, that's sad.
Do you know?
But at least he has potential, right?
Here's
the
thing about it.
Like,
do you know who is RJ Barrett, who leads the Knicks? He has 58 3-point shots attempts, so it's not like a lot.
Okay.
But he's also the second worst 3-point shooter in the NBA. And I'm like, why do you have the green light to shoot all these threes, RJ, when statistically you're literally the second worst 3-point shooter in the league?
Well, see, last year he averaged 32% from 3. So, no one expected him to go down to, what is it, like 19% or something crazy like that?
Well, 18, like 18.7 or something.
Okay, so pretty much 19. No one expected him to go down that badly, right? So I can see, and plus he has potential. He has so limitless potential if you think about it. So you want to give him some sort of a green light, but it's got to stop. You got to rein him in and make him look to be more efficient. Like last game, I want to see that from RJ every night out. That was more efficient.
My thing is, I would love. It's like case in point. Let me look at this right quick.
So if you can get 15 points a game efficiently out of RJ, I'd rather that than 20, 25 points a game on horribly inefficient shooting. Give me 15 points of efficient RJ. Rein him in a little bit. Instead of trying to shoot the ball all the time and trying to go for 30 every night.
So here's
That's not what he's good at.
So the league leader in 3-point attempts was the ties. Buddy and 13. They both played well. Yeah, they both played 13 games. CJ McCollum and Buddy Hield have 136 3-points. That means basically they're shooting 10 threes a game, which is kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm. And that's where analytics get skewed because, 3-pointers and everything's, efficient if you're good at it, whatever. But teams or players like that who just rely heavily on threes that are not named Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and those guys, are they contributing to winning?
But CJ McCollum is shooting it at a high clip. Like he's shooting 30.
No, I was talking more like the Buddy Hield types.
Oh, well, here's the thing. So here's the thing. So CJ McCollum and Buddy Hield both shot 136 threes. CJ McCollum is shooting 43% from 3.
CJ's
while
a stud.
Buddy Hield is shooting 36% from 3.
Yeah, and Buddy Hield's not a stud.
But everybody wants Buddy Hield.
See,
I mean, that's being desperate because of the lack of shooting on a team. I mean, if you can get Buddy Hield on the cheap, without mortgaging a pick, then okay, because he is a good shooter, but he doesn't solve your point guard problem. He doesn't solve your defensive issues because he's not a good defender. And he seems to be a head case because he seems to ask for a trade, or he seems like I watched a video on him. I forget what YouTuber it was, but he was saying a lot of good points about Buddy Hield, like freezing out Coach Walton Luke Walton at times, and not agreeing, so he just shuts down. It's like you don't want a player like that. Players with that type of attitude don't help you win basketball games. Don't help you win championships. Like, they're not the best player on your team. If your best player on the team has that type of attitude, James Harden, what happened? I don't want to get a bunch of these guys with attitude problems. That spells disaster for a team.
It's hold on, what? I'm sorry, I was
No, do what you do, man. I'm on that StreamYard, like, on my phone, so I can't see the chat.
Yeah, I was looking at the chat. I'm trying to
salute to the chat, by the way.
Yeah, somebody wrote something, and I'm trying to figure out, like, how you can read something, and it's like, wait, let me focus on reading this so I can see what you're trying to say.
Yep. Read it out. Maybe read it out.
It says, so when you see RJ, IQ, and Rivers getting more time and opportunities over Knox will lead us to believe Knox is not ready. That is why he is not playing. But the truth is, we don't know.
Well, first of all, RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickley, and Kevin Knox, all three of them aren't ready yet. We've seen spurts where they're really, really good, and see the potential in all three of those guys. Rivers, he's not getting opportunities like everybody else. He's playing bigger minutes because of how horrible our point guard situation is.
Well, here's the
thing.
We
had good point guards, he wouldn't be playing big minutes.
Here's the interesting thing. Austin Rivers didn't play that much yesterday, the other game.
Because he wasn't doing any, he wasn't playing well. I mean, but there's so many guys that aren't playing well. You got to throw one of them out there. Like, you can't bench everybody. And is Tibs going to suit up? You know what I mean?
I didn't want to say like,
but like Kevin Knox and them, like Kevin Knox is getting more opportunity than he did his second year. And I killed this kid all the time. But I kill him not because I just hate the kid and don't want him to do well, just because I saw potential in him, like everybody else did, and we want him so badly to do well. Same with RJ Barrett. Same with Quickley. We want all these guys to succeed. Same with Obi, But like, they're all getting they're getting more. They're going to get more opportunity because they earn it, not because it's given to them. So if they're getting more opportunity, more minutes than he was last year, it's because he's getting better, and he was better than he was last year. RJ Barrett seems to me he's better on the defensive side of the floor than he was last year. He's still not great, but he was better. He's better at rebounding the ball this year, if I'm not mistaken. He's a better playmaker this year, if I'm not mistaken. So you're going to get more of a leash the better you do. And you see that. Like, Elfrid Payton's minutes are going way down.
Yeah, they ain't going down enough.
Reggie, yeah, agreed. But Reggie Bullock's opportunities are going down.
Well, we play at 1 o'clock tomorrow, right?
I believe.
Yeah, back to back.
You got a score prediction
for tomorrow?
Mm-hmm. I might have to go Chuck on everybody. That's it. I hate doing
we're gonna
that.
lose every game. The game is in New York, or is it in Boston? Is it in New York?
I can't look anything up or I'll get kicked out.
I'm about to see him. Hold on.
If I go up and get my laptop, I'll wake the girl up and she will not be happy with me.
So Sunday, we're in Boston. So.
Okay.
But it's a national TV game.
We've played better on the road. We've played better on the road this season than at home.
It's a national TV game. Amazing. That's
wow.
Yeah. Well, it's NBA TV, but
still, we barely even get on there.
Yeah. No Tatum. Kimba might come back.
If he does, you expect some rust.
I don't expect Mix to get bodied by Tristan Thompson that much.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot he went there.
There's really nobody to match up with Julius.
No, Daniel Tice ain't guarding him. Neither is Tristan Thompson.
It all depends. Like
if we make shots. This is a game where, especially if Tatum isn't playing, and let's say Kemba isn't playing either. This is a game where you start quickly in Knox and see what happens.
It's just this. So Marcus Smart is going to be on RJ.
Yeah, and that's the problem because he's a good defender.
And what do you expect
from RJ?
Yeah, Marcus Smart guarding you. Is he going to have a really bad shooting game? Because he's not going to be able to bully Marcus Smart.
No, Marcus Smart's a tough cat. It all depends on his shot selection, right? Or how he moves. He can still move without the ball. He can still cut back door or try to be crafty. Because that was his calling card. He's not the quickest. He's not the fastest, right? But he was dubbed to be a crafty guy. And if you're crafty with if you're a crafty offensive player, you can still figure out ways to score. Can he be efficient? I don't know. I expect a slow start from him from the field. Like he has those games where he has terrible first half from the field, and then he does real well in spurts towards the end, the second half. I expect one of those games out of him.
I expect if Reggie Bullock starts, and this isn't me wishing bad on Reggie Bullock, this is just me being honest. Jaylen Brown is going to kill Reggie Bullock.
I think honestly, I know. I just said a lot of good things about Knox, but no matter who we put on Jaylen Brown, he's going to cook him.
Yeah. I think we're going to lose. I think we'll be in the game. It depends if Tibs puts Knox in there and just I want to see Knox put up at least, like when he put up those 12 threes, I want to see Knox put up at least 10 threes tomorrow. Because we're going to have to keep up with him.
Him and Quickly are going to have to put up the most threes because who else is going to shoot them? Who else do you trust? Maybe Randall in spots because he's improved from the three, but who else? You trust Reggie Bullock, Alfred Payton, Austin Rivers? I mean, I trust Austin Rivers to hit league
Austin
average,
Rivers
but he's
more
streaky,
than
he's streaky.
Yeah, I mean, I trust Austin Rivers to be better than Bullock and Payton.
100%. I'm just saying, like, he's so streaky, you don't know what you're gonna get. Reminds me of like J.R. Smith a little bit. He could come out and look amazing and make you wonder why he wasn't an all-star in his career, but then the next game he looks like Alfred Payton.
But I would say 105, 100 in Boston.
I'll say like 115-95 Boston. Because I mean, even if people aren't playing, right?
I don't know.
Cleveland had guys out, and they're not that good of a team. And
that's true.
They beat us.
Well, they beat
Brooklyn
us
after the trade, beat us down. And other than that desperate garbage time, run they went on, it was a beatdown. That score was not reflecting how badly we played. That score, it ended up looking like if you didn't watch the game, you say, all right, they put up a fight. They didn't put up a fight.
I'll just say this in that Cleveland game: the second unit should never outplay the starting unit. And both of the times when we got down and Tibs went to the second unit outplayed the starters.
But you can do it. You can outplay the starters in spurts. You can give a good spark, but they're not supposed to be consistently bringing you back into games. No.
Because here's my thing, and this is every game. This is every single game. The starting unit digs a hole that the team has to spend the rest of the game climbing out of.
And Julius Randle looks better with the second unit too. You put Quickly and Knox.
But I don't know his thing. I don't know if Julius will get that much time with the second unit out of Obi's back. and Obi's minutes are going to go up.
I just meant like he looked better because he had people to pass out a double.
Yeah, this is true, which is why I have to. Tibbs has to use him because, like I said, with Obi being back, how much time do you expect Julius to have with the second unit?
Well, that's who. You still have the ability to look it up. Who is getting their minutes at the backup for Boston?
I can tell you right now. I was just looking
because Tatum isn't playing. So who's his replacement?
Well, Tatum is. Well,
he plays the 3 or the 4.
Their lineup is Thompson. Hold on.
Tice, right? Daniel Tice starts there. At least he used to.
I can tell you. Hold on. Where is it at? No, I'm trying to see something.
I'm surprised Freezy ain't come back yet.
I just text Freezy because I was like, I'm about to kind of get off in a minute.
Mm-hmm. I'll rock till you're ready, then I'll go too.
I'm trying to look up and see what they. Oh, here it is. Okay. So their lineup is Tristan Thompson, Grant Williams, Jaylen Brown, Marcus Smart, and Jeff Teague.
And then Tice off the bench.
They got here's the thing, they go pretty deep. Even with
Ojale might be on top in a little bit, right?
Hold on.
Yo, my dog running right outside.
What?
My dog is loose.
I hear what
you're a pampered pup.
No, man. I bought him these booties, these little boots to put on, but I didn't get a chance to put them on him. Yeah, outside, man. It's like 30-something degrees.
Yep.
I was about to get off in a little bit. But here's the thing about Boston. In their last game, everyone, like literally, they had 10 players all play 20 minutes. At least 20 minutes. Naismith had 18. Nobody had over 30 minutes.
So Naismith had what? Naismith had 18?
18 minutes. As I'm saying, he's the lowest one. He had 18 minutes played.
Yeah, but they can do that. They're a deep team. We're not necessarily anywhere near that caliber.
Marcus Smart had the most minutes at 28. But no, that's the thing. The Knicks can go 10 deep.
Yeah, but Boston, I think, can go deeper than 10 at times.
I was in the last game against a pretty good Orlando team. When they won 124-97, everybody had 20 points or 20 minutes, and it's not like anybody was overly, great. They had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players in double figures. The leading scorer Jeff Teague was 17. So Boston, one of those teams that they don't have one player that's going to kill you, especially with Tatum being out. They're going to spread the love around.
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be a game where we have to be collectively good defensively, because they can get, like I said, they can get 6, 7 players in double figures.
They can also play smaller ball too, and when they get in that zone, they can be quicker. Because reading and reacting, like 1 through 5, they could play a great zone.
It'll be an interesting matchup.
I got him losing big, but I hope I'm wrong.
I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I'm wrong too, but it's one of the games I think we will probably lose, especially if Tibbs continues this horrible rotations that he has.
Man,
oh God.
Come on, dog. We may as well stay on for 2 more hours. Y'all got 2 more hours?
No,
I can go as long as you want to go for you.
I got like 2 more minutes.
Yeah,
10 o'clock game tomorrow. I got to go to Walmart and pick up my groceries that I did my online order for.
Right.
And I got to go switch out my rental car. So and I got to come home and watch the game.
Yeah.
Before I go straight to work tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I got to get some sleep before work.
Yeah, I gotta wrap too, because I gotta be back up in a few minutes, and my dog is running around outside without his sweater on, and Mocha is gonna kill me when she find out.
I'll holler at you tomorrow, Freezy.
All right.
Have a good night, everybody.
Thanks everybody. I'm sorry about that, y'all. I'll holler at y'all at 8:45.
All right, man.
All right, later.